number 16. Number 55. Again, if you can't hear, please let us know. And also, we have these devices here. And is anybody actively using one right now? Anybody want to?
What is up, everyone? Please take a second to hit that like button. The more likes that we get in a short period of time, the more people the algorithm will bring into the chat to come hang out with us and see what's going on. So please hit that like button and let me know how you're doing.
Language interpreter, and this is the highest echelon. And he can translate not only flawlessly between English and Spanish, which isn't as easy as you'd think because there's things like idioms. Well, I tried to present that proposition, but I struck out. Now, if you translate that literally, it could become a baseball term, but it has nothing to do with it. You presented a proposition in front of the Board of Inquiry, and you lost. So there's, and I could give a better example, you could too. But these are people at the highest level, and they can actually do it contemporaneously while I'm speaking English. He can move it into Spanish for that gentleman. So, and he uses them all the time. And he's not even hard of hearing, but it improves his ability to hear it. So anybody, just let us know if you want one of these. And I've got this poor lady standing here. Would you have answered yes to any of the questions asked so far? Bless you, and move into seat number 16.
Judge, of the new jurors, I didn't swear them in.
Okay, no, she's not new. She was in the original group.
The seven that were brought over.
They have not yet been sworn. Right. When we start with them, we'll have to swear them. But she's been sworn. You were sworn. You were here in this room all along. Okay, hearing impaired, not hearing impaired, just hearing needs. I think are there two of them or just one?
I think she was just pointed to the one gentleman.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, now we're all of our seats are filled. So, anybody else now with who's has expressed an opinion as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant? Okay, now let me ask, is there any one of you who cannot or will not try this case fairly and impartially on the evidence given in the court here today and, guided by my instructions regarding our law, reach a just and true verdict? Anybody who will be unable to do that? Is there any one of you who cannot read, speak, and understand the English language? Anybody who does not reside in Kenosha County? Uh-oh. Number 5, what's up?
I live in Chicago. I just recently moved.
Really? You were living here and now you've moved to Chicago? Yeah. All right. Now, you're registered to vote?
Yeah.
You have a driving license?
I have a driving license.
From?
From Kenosha.
Okay. Now, you're legally living full-time in Illinois?
Yes.
Okay, and you're living here and now you remain there?
Yes, it is.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you and no letter on that. Number 56. All right, sir, would you have raised your hand and answer to, yes, you would.
Yep.
Can you let us know?
Yeah, just loose ties to 2 of the witnesses that were listed.
Okay.
The first one, he was in the first set of 10 people, Officer Jason Krieger. His wife goes to the same church that I go to.
Okay. And?
We've never disclosed or talked about any details of the case.
Okay, fine. And who was the other?
Second one was Hannah Giddings. Her parents also go to the same church. And we've never talked about any details of the case.
Okay. Do you have any other reason why you would have raised your hand?
Nope.
Thank you. Would you take seat number 5, please? All right. Anybody else who does not reside in Kenosha County? Anyone who is unable to read, speak, and understand the English language? I guess it's a little late for that, but I'll ask anyway. In fact, I have to ask. Is there anyone who's taking medication at this time which could cause drowsiness or impair reasoning power or judgment? Okay, the only medication that could cause drowsiness, impair your reasoning power or your judgment. What's up?
It's the migraine medication.
The migraine medication. And migraine medication, it's
Number 15.
number 15.
Migraine medication.
And
So if I were to get a migraine in court and I were to take the rescue medication, as they call it, it would make me drowsy.
okay, now I will tell you, it depends on how drowsy, because there are some lawyers. You wouldn't need any narcotics to put. They wouldn't take any narcotics
Well, if they were
to put you
talking
to
at
sleep.
that point, I would definitely go to sleep.
If they were talking, you'd go to sleep.
Yes.
So it's that pronounced.
Yes.
Okay, and you're on the medication at this time,
Yes.
or if you took it.
If I took it.
If you got a headache, you would.
I would take it.
Okay, I'm going to leave that for examination by the lawyers. And I think too, we've got spellbinders here. These are not the run-of-the-mill lawyer, so hopefully there won't be an issue. But let's hope for the best. Anybody else on the medication issue? Anybody feeling ill today? Oh, there's another hand on medication? I don't hear you, ma'am. I don't hear you. I'm not hearing you.
I'm number 39.
39, and what were you saying?
Yeah, there's different medication that I take that give me different symptoms that I don't want to discuss.
Oh, no, then you don't have to. The question is it likely to cause you to become sleepy?
Yes.
Is it guaranteed to cause you to become sleepy?
No,
39. Will it interfere with your reasoning power or your judgment?
I don't.
Okay. Now, we do keep an eye, believe it or not, on the jurors to make sure nobody's nodding off. It can happen. And also, if somebody feels that coming on, don't hesitate to let us know, because we can take a break if it's only involving 5 minutes or maybe a little longer, and we can deal with that. Or if it's persistent, we might ask you to do 50 push-ups here. Well, all right. We want to make sure everybody can fulfill his duty and responsibility and privilege of sitting on the jury. So, just having something that causes you to have to take medication, we try not to excuse people unless it's going to be an interference. So we're going to hope for the best. And if you become drowsy or something, just let us know. Or if you need a bathroom break, something like that, just get the attention of me, the clerk, or one of the bailiffs, and we'll take time that's necessary. Any question about that? You've been very cordial and kind with me, and I'm done, finally. So let's turn to the prosecution, and Mr. Binger, the jury is yours. Oh, yeah, I thought that was taken care of.
No, they weren't here.
Oh, would you attorneys just go speak with Sergeant Beth for a moment? There was an issue that came up that we need to.
What's up, cool guy?
Tell me.
So what should we do a poll on now? What's up, Jesse? What's up, Kevin? What's up, hooligan mode? What's up, Ohio Kyle? I need a chair like the judge has. I'll have to check it out. Real life. I can't remember the exact numbers. I should have called the poll. I forgot. The last time I looked at it, right before I ended the live, it was like almost 700 votes, like 660 something votes. 55% of everyone voted. They think that Kyle will walk free, that he'll beat the charges and walk free. And then like 30 something percent thought that he would beat some charges but still catch some sort of time. And then the remainder percentage thought that he was just going to do maximum time. What's up, Proud Ankle? What's up, Sean?
Recently over from the other building. Is there any one of you who has a religious or moral objection to the taking of an oath? Okay, would you all please raise your one of your hands to signify your acceptance of the oath? Go ahead.
Do you and each of you swear you will truly answer as fake to such questions put to you regarding...
What's up, King of Dorks?
Just sit as a juror in this action where the state of Wisconsin is plaintiff and Kyle Rittenhouse is defendant, so help you God.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then did you folks resolve that issue?
I'll put my glasses on in a second, Sherry. Thanks for reminding me. Thank you, Deanna Brown. I guess I must be squinting at the TV. Hey, thanks for being here, Danny. I don't know how to say your name. Feedrock? It depends when it's supposed to happen. Because I think this is supposed to go on for another like 2.5 hours. So I don't know when the Biden thing is. If it's after this, we'll cover it.
You're excused, and call the. Yeah, you're going to get a letter about future jury service. Okay, thank you, sir.
What's up, Miss Jamie?
The bailiff's going to give you a letter. Thank you, sir.
What's up, Space Pirate?
We don't need a number, do we? We're full. Okay, Mr. Binger, it's all yours.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Binger. I'm one of the prosecutors on the case here, representing the state of Wisconsin. The judge has given you a little bit of information regarding the circumstances surrounding this case, and I just want to ask a few questions regarding the events surrounding the night of August 25th, 2020, and that time period here in Kenosha. I think we're all familiar with the incident on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020, in which a Kenosha police officer shot a black man by the name of Jacob Blake. There were a series of responses here in our community which can be labeled a number of different ways, but in generally we had a lot of people that came out onto the streets protesting. There were riots, there was arson, there was looting, there were a lot of things going on. And I don't want to get into which side or which beliefs were right or wrong or anything like that. There are constitutional rights to assemble and speech, etc. What I just want to ask is, how many of you came out physically on any of those nights to participate in any of those activities? To protest, to show your support for any particular cause, anything along those lines?
It's a trick question.
Seeing any hands. How many of you have
Self-incriminating.
any, close friends or family members who came out on any of those nights to participate in any of those events? Maybe to march, maybe to protest, maybe to support one side, one cause, one belief or the other. And again, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot about what your beliefs are. I just need to know if there was any participation. So let's start, and I'm going to do my best to refer to everybody's numbers here, but I got to admit we've changed numbers so many times that I'm not sure I'm going to get them all right. In the back row there, you are in seat number 6. I think you are actually juror number 39. Is that right? Okay. Either way, I think we know who you are. You're raising your hand. Can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
My husband and I, we have
Yes.
Okay, and there was one incident, and it was kind of later on when they did a march from the YMCA down and everything like that, and why participate?
That's all right, ma'am. She wanted to participate but was not allowed to, is that what you're
No,
saying?
but we wanted to. She has, it's hard for her living with, white grandparents and still
What's up, L. Hughes?
her part. And this is something that we allowed to do with another group of family members and that. And it was kind of a trying time at that time for us to balance the perspective.
Okay. So I just want to follow up. So your granddaughter did participate in some of the marching or protests, things like that?
Right, but it was later on.
Okay.
Right at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything about your granddaughter's involvement in that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
A little bit, I'm sorry.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right. Now, I think the judge has already kind of gone through the whole discussion.
Thank you so much, the Ad Rock, for joining the membership program, and welcome to the family. You're officially a hooligan.
The law. Will the jury be in a position to make a decision here? Do you think that you'll be able to keep an open mind, listen to all of the evidence and testimony, follow the judge's instructions, and only make your decision at the end of the case? You don't know?
I don't think so.
You don't think you'll be able to keep an open mind throughout?
No.
Okay. Do you feel, to use one of the judge's questions, do you feel that you're not going to be as fair as some of the other jurors that are sitting around you?
Yeah.
You feel that way? Okay. Your Honor, I don't know that this juror can be fair, so I think it would be appropriate to strike her for cause.
Mr. Richards? Mr. Prophecy?
I have no objection to that.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And you'll get a note from the bailiff. And let's ask number 58 to come up, please. Number 58, please. All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the question asked so far?
I've expressed views.
Okay. Are you able to shed those views and decide the case exclusively as you hear and see the evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay, you may be examined further about it, but thank you. Please take seat number 6.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
What's up, Thunder Chicken?
Question about whether or not you had friends, close friends or family members that had participated in any of the events here in Kenosha. And we already spoke to one of the jurors. I know there were a few other hands that I missed, so if you could just raise your hands again so I get everybody. Okay, in the front row here, I think you are juror number 23?
Yes.
Okay.
My son went down there, told me not to, and he went, but without incident, so it's not going to affect me at all.
Sure.
Just letting me know he was there.
Was that on the Tuesday night, August 25th, when the incident in this case occurred, or was it a different night? Do you remember?
I honestly do not know. There were a couple things that he went down there to check things out, and I don't know which specifically.
Okay. Thank you very much. Did you have your hand up, ma'am?
I did.
Okay. You're seated, for the record, you're seated in juror 24, but I think you're juror number 40. Is that right?
That's
Okay.
correct. Just some friends from church did like a church service out
Okay. Out front of where?
front. House.
Oh, okay. Do you remember what night that would have been?
No, I think it was later on.
Okay. Did you participate in that at all?
No.
Okay. Would that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here? Okay. Thank you. Was there
What's
anyone
up,
else?
Cheeky Chops?
Juror number
What's up, Crystal? You were Jim Balsacki for Halloween. You pulled it off. That's awesome.
Or during the days of those events.
At any time.
So
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't boarding up the buildings downtown and uptown.
You personally were? Okay. Were those businesses that you knew, like the owners, or were involved with in any way, or just?
But the owners as we were helping build up, or board up, sorry.
Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Anyone else's hands that I missed? Okay, thank you. So, Juror 29 touches on a subject that I wanted to get to next, which is that we, I think, are all familiar with the fact that during this sequence of events, there were a lot of properties and businesses here in the community that were damaged. Some were destroyed with fires. Others were the subject of looting or burglaries, things like that. So what I want to ask, first of all, is how many of you were personally affected by any of the arson, violence, looting, rioting, whatever you want to call it, where your property, your home, your business, anything like that was personally affected by it? Anyone? No hands. Okay. Do any of you have any close friends or family members whose property, your home, their homes, their businesses, etc., were directly affected by any of the violence, any of the property damage that occurred around this period of time? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back row there. I believe that you are in seat number 3, but you are juror number 43, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
My daughter had a business downtown. It was, they boarded it up and it subsequently closed.
It subsequently closed?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any actual property damage to the business? Okay. What was it that caused it to close?
Just lack of, people were going downtown. It
Sure.
just became,
Okay.
that area.
Sure, I understand. Is there anything about that experience that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Did you raise your hand, sir?
I did.
Okay.
Well, I had some coworkers that actually live in apartment buildings real close to the car dealer and a couple other places where garbage trucks were started on fire. So there's a garbage truck. So there's a mandatory evacuation of those apartments. So they had to find other coworkers that could put them up while this is all going on.
Okay. And what part of town was that specifically?
I believe it was 7th Avenue.
Okay. Is there anything about the experiences that your coworkers had that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Just how crazy they said everything was when they came into work every day.
Okay. And do you believe that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
That probably would, no.
Okay, thank you. I think I saw at least one other hand somewhere, but maybe I missed it. Okay. Juror number 40?
E&L office.
I'm sorry?
E&L office furniture.
Okay.
And some friends from church lived there.
Was that the one down on 60th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Then they relocated.
And you said these, the people that owned it were friends of yours from church? Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Anyone else whose hands I missed with regard to the question of whether or not you have close friends or family members who had homes, property, businesses, etc., that were damaged or affected or burglarized or anything like that during all of these events? And I'm not seeing any other hands. Okay, thank you. I believe the judge may have already asked this question, but is there anyone in the group of 34 that is not currently a resident of Kenosha County? And I ask because we've had a couple of already, so I just want to make sure. All right. I want to continue along the line I was just getting at about the property damage that occurred to some parts of our community. And I know that there were many people who live in our community who felt vulnerable, who felt scared about what might be happening to them, to their homes, to their property. I know juror number 29 already mentioned helping to board up some local businesses. So I want to ask this question. How many of you yourselves, personally, took steps to protect yourself, your family, your home, your business during that period of time? That can range from boarding up windows to moving and staying someplace else, Some people decided to take steps to protect themselves with firearms or other defensive weapons, things like that. How many of you personally decided that you needed to take those steps during that period of time to protect yourself or your family, your home, your business? Okay. I'm going to try and remember all the hands here, but if I forget, I'll come back to you. Let's start in the back row there, juror number 43.
My daughter, my son-in-law, and her baby, they left town, and so I was protecting myself the best way I knew how. I just go home, stay home, and didn't go anywhere. And I also made sure I was armed.
Okay. Thank you. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Yes.
Yeah, we ended up moving all the vehicles to the back side of the house because we had people walking down the sidewalks in groups. So it made my wife pretty nervous.
All right. Anything else on that one, sir?
No.
Okay. Was there anyone else in the back row? Okay. Juror number, I believe you're juror number 58. Is that right? Okay.
We just moved. We just took our family, my entire family.
Yeah, Angry Farmer. I think the statements are going to be very interesting.
Family out there? Okay, thank you. All right.
Oh yeah, the judge has got something. He's got something going on.
I believe that, was there anyone else in the jury box itself that had their hand raised? Okay. Juror number 14? Okay.
We just spent a few nights at my place of employment just when there were rumors of going after the school.
And where do you work at?
Turning church.
Okay. And so you were concerned about possible damage to the church or looting or something like that?
We just heard the rumors, so we took precautions just to be there.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that, and I don't have everybody's numbers here. Are you juror number 46? Okay, thank you.
I went to my sister's house in Gurney, stayed there for a few days.
Okay. Thank you. Where else? Let's see. Do we have any other hands in the jury box or over in the corner? Okay. Let's do the front row here. Did anyone else raise their hand in the front row? Okay. Juror number 23.
I went and got a gun to protect my house and my family.
Okay. So
we're running a poll here on YouTube.
didn't have
So far, it's been 127 votes.
one during this period of time.
31% says he's drinking rum and coke. 30% says he's reading Bible chapters. 20% says he's hitting the devil's lettuce.
25.
19% says he's sipping vodka. It's between drinking rum and coke and reading Bible chapters. That's the leader of the poll right now. It's neck and neck.
Okay, that's good. All right, and then over here in the chairs, I know there were some hands, and I'm sorry I didn't catch everybody. Let's start in the far corner there, juror number 11, I believe. Okay.
Sam, I think the judge is on the live feed. He's sitting here shit posting in the chat.
Is this on?
He's like, free Kyle.
Pulled our cars to the back of the house, and we closed our doors.
Keith, yeah, we will be covering the whole trial.
We also have a gun for protection, and we moved. We had a blue light out in front of our house in support of the police, but because of the riots, we're concerned about the safety of our home and replaced that with a regular bulb.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Who else? Right in front of you there, juror number 22.
Space Pirate, you think he's doing both? You know I'm judgy. I'm super judgy.
We didn't have any damage.
You're a bigot, you know. You know. You and Trigger crazy.
All right, was there anything else that you
Bigots
did
in
personally
crime.
other than that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. I know there were other hands. I'm sorry I missed. Let's go to, where am I on the list here? Are you, got my numbers here. Are you, wait. Yes, yes. Sorry, I'm trying to follow the map here. Yes.
We went on a short walk, and all our neighbors got together and had a neighborhood watch, and we pretty much all stayed in.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else over here in the chairs whose hand I missed? Okay, was there anyone else in the whole group, anyone else whose hand I missed on that? I kind of jumped around a little bit, so I'm sorry. Okay, good. Thank you. Now, there were many reactions to the shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha police officer. And I think we can all agree there were people that felt that they wanted to exercise their constitutional right to assemble peaceably and protest. Is there anyone who feels that it would be inappropriate for citizens to take to the streets and peacefully protest what they consider to be something that was unjust? Is there anyone who feels that that is inappropriate? Okay. Does everyone understand the difference between that and taking violent actions such as property damage, arson, looting, things like that? Does everybody understand that there's a big difference between those two things? Okay. Can we all agree that human life is more valuable than property? Is there anyone who disagrees with that statement? Seeing no hands. Okay, thank you. Now, I've heard some of you mention that you either used a gun for personal protection or acquired a gun during this time period. And what I want to ask is, how many of you would consider yourselves to be familiar with firearms? Have a personal experience, personal familiarity with that? Okay, and I'm seeing quite a few hands. All right.
He's like, have any of you purchased a pew-pew? The judge just takes a drink in silence.
Seeing a few hands on that one. All right. How many of you have, at some point in your life, either personally gone through certification to become a hunter when you were younger, like a teenager, for example, or maybe you've had your son or daughter go through that to become certified to go hunting when they're underage? How many of you have ever gone through that yourselves? Okay.
John, I'm not sure who's speaking right now asking the questions. I think it's the prosecutor, but I'm not sure.
Become certified to become an EMT, an emergency medical technician. Okay, juror number 13. Is that something that you are currently certified to do?
Yeah, I'm a paramedic.
And how long have you been working as a paramedic?
Specifically paramedic, about 6 years, and on the department for almost 10.
In the fire department?
Yeah.
And which department is that?
Bristol.
Bristol? Okay. And so what did you have to do to become certified to be an EMT?
EMT was like 6 months of school.
And what did you have to do during that schooling?
A lot of tests, a lot of physical exams, hands-on, a lot of hands-on stuff.
Now, prior to starting that training, did you have to get a college degree or a high school diploma or anything like that?
High school diploma.
High school diploma was required for that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you've worked as a paramedic for about 6 years?
Yes, I've been a paramedic for 6 years.
Were you involved in any of the emergency response to any of the events surrounding August of last year, things like that?
I was not personally, but my department was.
I knew they brought in other departments, so I didn't know if you personally were involved in that. Okay, thank you very much. The
Text vet, it is the prosecutor.
incidents in this case occurred very close to this building, mostly along Sheridan Road, from this area down south to about 63rd Street. And there's going to be some discussion in this case of some of the locations and some of the businesses in that area, particularly a used car dealership by the name of Car Source. They have a couple of different locations here in the area, including one at about 59th and Sheridan on the west side of the road. There's another one at 58th and Sheridan on the east side of the road, and then a third one down at 63rd and Sheridan. Is there anyone who's personally familiar with any of those businesses? And I'm talking about before all this happened, because it's maybe been in the news since then, but is anybody personally familiar with those businesses? Anybody shop there, work there, bought a car from them, walked the lot to look at their cars, anything along those lines? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands.
What's up, Glock compatible?
I would like all of you who are seated here to take a look around at the other jurors, the other 34 of you that are seated here, and I'm going to ask you if you know any of the other jurors that are around you. Okay, let's go to juror number 14.
I believe I know this lady to the left of me, but I can't recall her name, so I apologize.
All right, and we're not going to say names, but I think you are juror number 55, ma'am? Okay. Can you hand the microphone to her, sir? Do you agree that you know him as well?
I do.
Okay, let me start with you. If you are selected to be one of the jurors in this case, we are going to expect that you listen to all the evidence and testimony, and when it comes time to deliberate and make a decision in this case, we would like you to make a decision based on the evidence, the testimony,
What's up, Deviate?
instructions of the judge. And jurors, of
What's up,
course,
Bipolar Bear?
discuss it when they're deliberating, listen to each other's opinions, etc. But we want your decision to be made based on what happens here in the courtroom and not something outside the courtroom. So I'll give you an example, and I don't know the relationship between the two of you, but hypothetically, if one of you was the boss and one was the employee, there could be a danger that the employee may not want to side against the boss, because when you leave this trial, then that could affect your employment. And I don't know the situation, and I don't need to know that. What I'm just getting at is, do you believe that you'd be able to, if you both were on this jury, that you'd be able to put aside your personal relationship and make your own decision without considering outside things that you may have with the other juror? Does that make sense?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you the same question. Sir.
Yeah, Glock compatible, that's what I said. I think the judge has already made his mind up.
Thank you very much.
We're just really waiting on putting a jury together so they can make a decision after hearing all the statements. I think there's going to be a lot of crying
Okay, thank you.
on certain comments once everything starts getting
We
rolling.
had a juror who has since been excused who made a comment that leads into one of my questions. And as I understood that juror's comment, it was something to the effect of, she has a lot of friends and family who have strong opinions about the case. And she felt like she would make a decision in this case based on what she already knows. Or
You think the judge is writing back his OnlyFans subscribers?
That is the judge has alluded to the fact that this is a case that has a lot of attention to it, and I think we've picked up on the fact.
What's up, Mr. Bill? We're watching Yahoo News.
Obviously, no one's heard any testimony or evidence yet, so the facts aren't in.
The source is always below where you see me on the screen.
You all may have friends or family that know about this case, who you've already talked to about this case, and they may have their own opinions. We want you to make the decision. Those friends and those family aren't here. We're going to be asking you as the jurors to make the decision based on the evidence. Everybody else out there hasn't heard the evidence, and whatever they're reading in the newspapers or seeing on the media or whatever is not evidence. So, sometimes, as one juror has already alluded to, that can put someone in a little bit of a difficult position where you feel like, if I decide one way, it might make all of my friends or family upset because they disagree with me, or vice versa. I don't know. So my question is there any one of you who feels that you're in a group of friends or family, or you've got people that you know who are just so dead set on one side or the other of this case that you'd be afraid to make a decision in this trial and then have to face them, have to go home at the end, and they're confronting you with, well, why did you find this, that, or the other thing when we disagree with that? Is there anybody who would be uncomfortable, who'd be worried about the consequences of making a decision in this case because you're worried it might be unpopular with the people that you know? Okay, ma'am, I think you are juror number 15. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
I don't really care about friends, basic family, but my husband.
Okay.
I have to live with him. And he is very opinionated, and he has his mind made up, and I would not want to go home with a decision that would result against his.
I understand, and we certainly don't want to cause your divorce.
Well, no, we both been divorced, so this would be second.
Well, anyway, my point is I don't want to do anything to cause any friction in your marriage. If I could just have you hold on to that for one more second. The judge has already advised all of you that you are to not discuss the case when you go home at night. And I can understand that might be difficult in some circumstances. Do you feel like you'd have some difficulty with that in your home?
No, but it would be the end result of going home.
Okay.
And it could actually end the marriage. He's that opinionated on it.
And I don't need to know which side or what his opinion is. My point is, in asking this question, ma'am, is I don't want jurors to feel that pressure and have it influence their decision. Your decision should be based on the evidence, the law in this case, what you hear in the courtroom, and not on what you're worried about someone else might think. So, do you feel like your situation with your husband would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? I'm sorry, ma'am, but I have to. Okay, I understand. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. That's sometimes hard to talk about these things. It can make people uncomfortable, and I'm sorry I had to put you on the spot there, but I do appreciate your honesty, and I do appreciate everybody here has been so forthcoming and open and forthright about their opinions and their experiences and things like that. And I'm sorry I had to put you on the spot like that, but I hope you understand how important it is that we hear that. Your Honor, I would move to excuse juror number 15 based on cause.
Is there objection?
So I just want to give a big shout out to everyone. It's got that hot pink H badge, that hooligan badge next to your name. I just looked it up, and the hot pink one means you've been a hooligan for a whole year. That's super awesome. Big shout out to all of you.
You have concerns, and I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. You have concerns about how your spouse would react to a certain verdict that you gave?
That's correct.
Okay. Would that feeling or your concern, would that sway how you viewed the evidence in the case? Okay. So if you, whatever the evidence is, and you have a strong belief in one side or the other, if that is in opposition to what you believe your husband believes, would that have an impact on you being able to say, this is my honest opinion as to what I believe?
Yeah, LaDonna, I have the chat set up so only subscribers can chat. Try and cut down on trolls and stuff. I figured this subject matter would bring on trolls, and just rather not deal with them.
The juror has stated she's upset now, so I think it best to move on to something else, and then we can come back to this later. I'm not trying to curtail your examination, but let's save it for later.
What's up, Norman?
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
We've already put one juror on the spot, so I'll move on. Is there anyone else who feels similarly? Is there anyone else who's worried that you would be put in a situation where you might be making a decision and then you might be returning to folks that you'd be dealing with some tension on that? Okay, I see a few more hands, so I appreciate that. Let me try and go in somewhat of a logical order here. I believe you are juror number 46, is that right? Okay.
I'm more the lines that, I'm sorry, I'm a gossip, and I don't think I could be quiet. I talk to my sister every single day.
Okay.
I honestly don't think I could not tell her what's going on. That's just, we're so close like that.
Sure, and that's great. I think it's wonderful to have that support and that relationship. It's hard.
Yeah.
This is a case that's, I think everybody probably walking into the courtroom today was wondering if this is where you were going to be at, and here you are. And I think everybody's acknowledged that we all knew about this before today, and it's gotten a lot of coverage. And there is a natural tendency to want to talk about any case that any juror is on, but particularly one like this. So I respect that and I understand that. The judges talked a lot about the requirements of being a juror in this case, and some of them seem a little draconian, a little illogical.
What's up, Dennis?
Fair, but they're the rules. And there are good reasons why these rules exist. And I think we all understand that. Sometimes it can be a lot to ask, but it's a requirement. And it's important because we want to get the decision based on only what's happening in the courtroom. And as the judge has already explained, there's a lot of other things out there.
What's up, William?
May not be accurate, and we want to make sure we get the best decision for everybody. It's fairness to the defendant, it's fairness to the state, it's fairness to the community. This is the process we use, and it's a very, very important one. It's long, time-honored one, but it requires the jurors to accept that limitation. It requires the jurors to go home and do exactly what the judge said, which is If you talk about it, we're in big trouble. And I think we've all picked up on the fact that you don't want to be in trouble with Judge Schrader. So, can you do that? Is it too much to ask? I mean, you can talk about the weather. You can talk about the Milwaukee Bucks. You can talk about the Chicago Bears. You can talk about kids. You can talk about school. You can talk about whatever. Just not anything to do with this case for as long as the trial goes on. I'm not saying you can't talk to your sister. You just got to be able to keep some things out of it.
I don't know. See, that's
I can make it pretty short. Remember when I was talking about sequestering the jury?
Yeah, oh, no.
I can do that to one person. No phone, no TV, no, seriously. No. Do you think you could keep from talking under those circumstances, if that's the alternative?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't want to be sequestered, but I was just trying to be really honest that
And that's exactly what Beaumont, and bless your soul, that's exactly, you're the ideal juror in that respect, but you do need to understand that we mean it about these rules, and you just simply cannot do it, and that's all there is to it. And we all have to live life within its limitations and resist some of our impulses, and I don't think it's beyond you to obey the rule.
What's up, Bailey? Yeah, once they get the jury selected, we'll be covering the trial itself.
Yeah, tell her to call me and I'll explain why, all right? All right.
All right, thank
Dang,
you.
he's trying to give himself a date.
Hands that I missed. Was there someone in the front row? Okay,
He's like, you have your sister call me, I'll straighten her out.
let's do that. Sure, juror number 4, go ahead.
I have, which is kind of like IBS, but it is more of an anxiety problem. So when this comes on, which is happening right now, I get chest pains and pressure in my ear, which makes it hard for me to stay focused on what's happening. So I'm fearful that this is going to cause lapses in time where I'm not really paying attention to what I'm hearing, because I'm focusing a lot more on the symptoms. So
Thank you so much, Keith, and thank you so much, Benjamin, for your donation and your support. I appreciate you guys.
The things we've just been talking about?
it's making me more and more anxious.
Okay.
What's going on?
What's up, Tia?
Is there anything?
Yeah, I think the judge is fine.
Wise, medication, anything like that?
We're just making fun of him just for something to do. I think he's all right. They definitely could have had a worse judge up there. I think this judge should be hosting his own game show or doing some sort of comedy skit or something, but he seems all right to me.
Yeah, they said it's a type of IBS. Irritable bowel.
Irritable.
Yeah, exactly. That's what, are you concerned about having a reaction?
It's probably because I eat pizza.
Okay, well, and of course, if you just start out of here, that's okay, if there's an issue. But when you were describing the symptoms, you're talking about typical anxiety type symptoms. Yeah, but if it develops into something that would be lower in your system, how much time would you typically have?
Well, once it starts, every 10, 15 minutes, I might have to be excused.
Okay,
That happens.
okay. Now, is this something that you think could happen and that you're anxious about the could? Or are you, or, pardon me?
The anxiety usually.
Sure. And the question I have is sometimes the anxiety is the worst enemy because you're concerned that it might happen and that's disabling in itself. And the question I have is, are you anxious that it could happen or that it will happen?
No, it has nothing to do with the anxiety. That's not what causes the anxiety. The anxiety causes it.
Right.
Exact opposite.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. All right. I mean, would a break be helpful right now?
Probably not.
Okay. Will you alert us if there's an issue that you need to immediately cease what we're doing?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll see what develops, okay?
All right.
And I'm going to ask that you move on to something else with this, too, and we can come back if
Sure.
necessary.
The question I was getting at earlier, and we had a couple hands already, and I think I missed a few hands, so I want to come back to it, because I was asking about whether or not making a decision as a juror in this case would put you in a situation where you might have friends or family members who you'd have to confront afterwards. I think everybody got the gist of that. I believe that juror number 31, did you raise your hand, ma'am? Okay, thank you.
What's up, Dean?
Number 31. I won't want to be hosting Thanksgiving, which I've done in the past, especially with my family attending, and then my nephew, who was a police officer and now has PTSD over many of these situations. It's just very difficult in that regard. Would it make me be impartial?
What's up, Dr. K. Fox?
But it would make it a very uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You are concerned that if you're a juror and you make a decision one way or the other in this case, that it could cause some discomfort, some awkward interactions with family at the holidays. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because of the reasons why he left the police.
Okay.
I feel like that would be the most awesome conversation during Thanksgiving dinner.
I meant to say that it would not affect your ability to be impartial, but it would be something that would be weighing in your mind. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. So I want to be respectful of the consequences to your family, because I certainly don't want the holidays to be any more awkward than they already can be sometimes, right? But do you feel that being worried about how Thanksgiving might be or worried about family would affect your ability to listen to the evidence in this case, follow the judge's instructions, and ultimately reach a decision? Okay. Thank you very much. I believe that juror number 50, did you raise your hands too, sir? Okay. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, Tex Vet. Really appreciate the donation and support. Thank you for being here.
Former roommate who was a received police officer. I guess my thought is there is some bias, because I have tons of friends, like I said, on both sides.
Sure.
That are very opinionated, and I don't live with most of them anymore. I don't live with the receiving police officer, but I know, I guess, knowing them and how opinionated they are might affect my thought process.
Okay.
As well as family members. I know, like, my parents, for example.
What's up, Snooks?
Both sides of the spectrum as well.
Sure. Can I offer a little bit of a silver lining? As a juror in this case, you'll be the expert.
Yeah, right.
Because you'll have seen all the evidence, right?
What's up,
Now
Scott?
they'll listen to you, because they don't know as much as you, right? The real purpose behind my question is I understand that you have folks on both sides, as you put it, that some may disagree with one jury verdict and agree with the other side or whatever, and that's not unusual.
Right.
But what we're really concerned about is we want your decision to be based solely on what happens in the courtroom and the evidence, the law, the arguments of the attorneys, etc. What we don't want is we don't want a situation where I'll use your Racine police officer roommate, for example, and I don't know, and you don't need to say anything about how that person feels about the case, but
What's up, Gino?
putting you in a
Nah, I'm not doing any flowing today.
so concerned about what that person thinks, and if I decide this case one way and then that person, the next time they see me, I'm going to have to deal with all sorts of arguments or whatever, or support. It could be the other way too. It could be, I'm going to go this way because I want that person to support what I'm doing, and I don't want to make them angry. It can work either way. I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying.
What's up, Free Society? Thanks for being here.
Influences your process of making a decision here in the case. Do you feel that you'd be able to put all that aside and not worry about what they think? They're not the expert, right? Make your own decision, and then afterwards, deal with it.
Yeah, I would have no problem making my own decision. I just wanted to bring that to light,
Sure.
to everybody else's attention, whether there's a better fit or not.
Absolutely. No, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. Okay, good. Was there anyone else whose hand I missed on this question? Okay. Don't think there was. All right, good. In addition to a lot of the publicity that has been out there about this case, there have also been some efforts made to raise money to support the defendant. And there have been some websites that have been created where people can purchase merchandise with his name on it. They can donate to his family or to legal defense fund, or whatever the case may be. Is there anyone here who has done any of that to support the defendant in this case? Is there anyone who knows anyone, friends, family members, anyone who has done that to support the defendant in this case?
What's up, sporty writer?
I'm not seeing any.
I don't want the poll to be that obvious. I think if I made the poll, would you want your son to grow up to be like Kyle or George Floyd? I think it would be heavily one-sided.
Basic information about all of
That's
you.
my prediction, anyways.
Categories that we get is your occupation. And for a lot of you, I'm able to decipher this and it makes sense to me, but there are some blanks in here that I just want to touch on. So let me just start.
He's got some blanks. Call Alec Baldwin. He'll know what to do.
I believe, juror, are you juror number 34, sir? Okay. I don't see an occupation listed for you. Are you currently employed?
No, retired 8 years.
And what did you do before you retired?
I was a food stamp.
Okay. And what was your highest level?
What's up, Sugar Crazy? Space Pirate was just telling me how much she misses you.
And then let's go to... Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay, so originally I was number 34, and they switched.
You're right. He's juror 7. You're right. I got the numbers wrong. I think he's juror number 7, and you are juror number 34. Okay. Is that right, sir? You're juror number 7? Yes. Okay. Let's...
34, you really want.
I meant him. Thank you for clarifying that, though. This has been a little confusing for all of us, so I'm trying my best to keep up. I've got scribbles all over the seating chart here, so I was kidding Mr. Richards. He's got nice Post-it notes to cover up people, and I wanted to borrow some from him, but anyway. Okay, let's go to juror number 9. Yes, ma'am. It indicates on my sheet that you are retired, correct?
That's correct.
What did you do before you retired?
Laboratories and the mergers and acquisitions group.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
I finished high school. I graduated high school, but I also completed the paralegal program at Carthage.
Okay. Thank you very much. And if I could just wait, hold on. Nope, sorry. Got to keep up here. All right. Let's keep going. Juror number 26. I don't see anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I work in IT at FD.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's degree.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Sorry, I'm just going down the list here. All right, let's see here. Juror number 49, I believe, is in the third row there, the last chair on the left. Yes. You are in what used to be chair number 19. You're juror number 49 for the record, whatever number we want to use. Sir, I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
No.
Are you retired?
No, I'm on Social Security.
Okay. What was your last employment?
What's up, Manuel?
Database.
Mary Todd's Timeline. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look into that.
What company did you work for doing that?
Marketing Solutions made Lake Forest Hospital.
And what is your highest level of education?
14, 13.
Okay, thank you.
Wade Rogers, you'd show up to jury duty with a Trump wig. Sure. I actually seen one at the Halloween store. I thought about getting it, but I didn't want to piss off people.
The lady who's in seat number 16. You are juror number 55 originally, but now you're in seat 16. Okay. I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed? What was your last employment?
I worked at Christian Life.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to follow up on.
That's awesome, Wayne Gordon. I'll have to check it out.
If I could just kind of maybe go in order. I'm going to refer to you by your seat number because it's probably easier than trying to go by number of 50s. Ma'am, in the corner there in seat number 1, what is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And if you could just pass the microphone to the person on your left, juror number 2. What is your highest level of education?
I have half of a master's degree.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, is that easier for you, or should I?
Not the original, number 1, number 2, number 3.
Would you prefer I use the original number?
Yeah, because then I'll know exactly who they are.
Okay. So we started with the woman who's in seat number 1 is juror number 41. Is that right? Okay. Juror number 2 is still juror number 2. The woman who is in seat number 3 is juror number 43. Is that right?
Correct.
And what is your highest level of education?
I attended college.
I'm sorry?
I attended college.
Okay. Thank you.
LaDonna, I wish they would bring Fish Choker out. That would be hilarious. I was just talking about Fish Choker the other day. Hey, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum.
Okay, thank you. And let's see here. In seat number 5, I think you are juror number 56. Is that right?
Yeah.
And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then next to you, I believe, is juror number 58. Is that right? And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. And then you are what used to be juror 34, but you're in seat 7, so we'll try and keep the record clean here. What is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's plus.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could pass it to, you are juror number 45, is that right?
45.
Okay, thank you.
11.
Okay, thank you. And then you are juror number 9.
That's correct.
And I think I already talked to you, didn't I?
You did.
Okay, we can move on. Sorry about that. And you are juror number 52. Okay. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And then next to you is juror number 11.
Juror number 11, high school diploma.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we just keep the microphone over there if that's easier, and we can go to juror number 22. What is your highest level of education, sir?
2 years at college.
Okay, thank you. Let me just write that down real quick. Okay, and then juror number 21.
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. And then juror number 20.
Associate degree.
And then you are juror, I already talked to you, sir. Yes, I'm sorry. Then we are to juror number 18.
Master's degree in progress.
Okay, thank you. Give me one moment to catch up here. Sorry, I'm jumping around. All right, you are juror number 46. Yes.
GED.
Okay, thank you. And then juror number 55, I already talked to you, and you are, we'll get back to juror 15. Juror 14?
Grade school and some college.
Okay, thank you. And then juror number 13?
Bachelor's.
Okay. And then why don't we, juror number 12, we'll do you first.
Master's degree.
Okay. And then juror number 15?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. And then in the front row here, juror number 23.
Associate's degree.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 40.
Bachelor's degree.
What's up, Mayor of Realville?
And juror number 25.
Associate's degree.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 26, I already talked to you. All right, yes, okay. Juror number 27.
Doctorate.
Okay. And juror number 28.
GED was in college.
Okay. And juror 29.
Bachelor's.
Thank you.
Mr. Dickard.
And
that is hilarious that you changed your name so quickly.
Okay, thank you. And then we could, I think I did, I'm sorry, did I talk to you already, sir? Yes, I did, okay. And then you are juror number, sorry, where are we at here? 54, correct? Bachelor's, okay, thank you. And you are juror number 50? Okay, thank you. And juror number 31? Bachelor's, okay, thank you. We talked a little bit about the witnesses and the parties involved in this case. And you have been asked about Assistant District Attorney Jim Krause, who is my co-counsel in this case. But the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office has a number of attorneys and other folks that help us out. And sometimes I'm asked to name all the names of the attorneys in the office. I hope I don't have to do that because I might forget. So let me just ask it this way. Is there anyone, besides Mr. Krause and myself, who you've already been asked about, does anyone know anyone else who works for the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back there with juror number 9, correct? Yes.
You want the name of the person?
Yes, please.
Kelly Burkbach.
Okay, and how do you know Kelly?
She lives in my subdivision.
Okay. Have you ever talked to her about the work that she does as a prosecutor?
No, not really.
Is there anything about that relationship that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe, oh, I'm sorry, one more hand back there, juror number 11?
I actually believe that it was you, but I don't know you well enough, so.
Okay.
I was in a case, I was working at a bank and we were robbed.
Okay. That may be.
Prosecuting the case, I was a witness.
Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe juror number 40 in the front row here, you raised your hand, ma'am.
Mary Hart.
Okay. And how do you know Mary?
I'm a previous foster parent.
American Hillbilly Me. Fish choker is from the George Floyd trial.
Fair and impartial juror in this case.
Or the Derek Chauvin trial, I guess, rather.
Whose hand I missed?
He was one of the
You
witnesses,
also met,
and he was quite interesting.
Detectives Ben Antaramian.
He's one of the main characters during the trial.
Case, and we have already listed off quite a few officers for the Kenosha Police Department who may be witnesses in the case or whose names may be mentioned, and we've asked you whether or not you know any of them. I want to put those names aside and ask, does anyone know anyone else that we haven't already mentioned who works for the Kenosha Police Department? Okay, I see a hand in back there in the top row. I believe you are juror number 58. Is that right? Yes. Okay.
Officer Beth, Deputy Wright, Casey Root.
Okay. Now, I don't believe any of those individuals will be witnesses in the trial, but is there anything about your relationship with those individuals that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Were there any other hands? I know juror number 40. Okay, juror number 7. Jury number 34. Sorry, jury number 34. I'm going to make that mistake over and over again. You are juror number 34, and you raise your hand, yes.
Actually, I'm not sure if they're police or sheriff, but Eric Klinkhammer.
He's with the Sheriff's Department.
Jim Kelly.
Okay. And anything about those that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. All right. My question was specifically about the Kenosha Police Department, so let's just focus on that. You in front there, juror number 46. Oh, I'm sorry, you raised your hand, sir. You are juror number 56?
Yep.
Okay.
Frank Cassine for Kenosha County Police.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be...
All right, I got to grab this other coffee really quick.
Juror number 46, yes.
My hairdresser is married to, I go to her house, and she's married to a Kenosha police officer.
Okay.
I don't know, her name's Melissa, but I don't know her last name.
Sure. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay, thank you. I know juror number 40, you raised your hand.
Justin Miller.
Okay. Anything?
Know him from church, and then he was a foster parent.
Okay. Anything about that would affect your ability?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else whose hands I missed? Okay. Juror number 31.
Dave Wright.
Okay. Anything about that would affect your ability? Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, you raise your hand, sir? Okay, sorry. You are juror number 50? Yes.
Joshua Keto.
Okay. Anything about that would change anything?
No.
Okay, good. Anyone else whose hand I missed? Okay, good. If I just could have one moment to confer here. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Binger. Trying to decide if we should. The natural break would be about 3 o'clock, which will probably interrupt you. Do you prefer to start and be interrupted, or wait?
You're good. I'm ready if you're.
Be my guest.
Very good.
Thinking only of myself. How about you folks? Anybody need a break? Anybody? Yeah, let's do this. We'll take a condensed break of about, let's hope for 10 minutes, and then we'll start at that time. Sorry.
No problem.
All right. Don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to anything, and don't. And come back in the same seat, please.
Okay. I don't know what they're taking a break from. I'm surprised there hasn't been any identity crisis going on. The prosecutor's like, "Excuse me, ma'am. I'm not a ma'am. I'm a full-blown toaster." Oh, my bad. I'm surprised we haven't had any of that going on yet. Or maybe we can't hear it because of the way they're talking. The highest level of education thing is killing me too. Like, what's your highest level of education? They're like, math. Like, okay, just go have a seat. You'll be okay. Be all right. Is that your caretaker? Yep. All right. Over here, like, what? Just getting it. Liberty, sweetheart. The judge doesn't want to poop his pants like old man Walter. Yeah. I think he's checking his Facebook or something. He's probably getting lit up right now. He's like, man, I'm so popular. It's only the first day. He's getting it. He probably just need a refill. You see his drink was getting low. He's like, I'm going to need a refill on this. I'll last through hearing through these damn jurors. I'm surprised they even took a break. They already got their pizza. You see how many people left after they got the they got their pizza. They came back. They were like, you know what? I just don't think I'm fit for the job. All right. Well, enjoy your pepperoni pizza. Have a good day. Mayo monkey. He's waiting for that blue check mark. Yeah, the judge is waiting to be verified. He's like, I'm about to be somebody. Stacy, yep. Jen Balsacki has caught the plague. So I don't know if we're going to see her for 14 days or how they do it. I don't know what protocol they're following. But I don't think we'll hear any lying and crying out of her face this week. But as long as we're covering the trial, we're going to be missing all that stuff anyways. Serum. You think the number one baby name for boys is going to be Brandon this year? It could be. It could be. Lots of fortune on that name this year. I don't know what's going on with Rumble. We actually got 10 people watching, which is cool, but there's not a single person in the chat. We got people commenting in the comment section. Nobody in the chat. You think the pizza on the break was a ploy? You think some of the jurors got up to get their piece of pizza and they're like, man, this is just like a protest. Prosecutor's like, what? Nothing. Never mind. My bad. Yeah, Adam, we might be kicking Rumble to the curb. If it was free, I wouldn't worry so much about it, but I'm paying a monthly fee to be shadow banned. People were posting in the Discord on the first half of this jury selection screenshots of my channel on Rumble where it doesn't say I'm live at all, even though I was currently live at the time. So they're definitely shadow banning me. What's up, status quo? Rumble sucks. It freezes more than YouTube. Rumble has a lag. I don't think I've ever watched anything on Rumble. I just hopped on there because I thought it was going to be better than YouTube, but I was wrong. That's okay. Well, while we're sitting here hanging out, should definitely make sure you hit that like button, share this out so more people join, and if you're new, please subscribe. Trigger crazy. Skinny jeans are banned. They should be. I can't fit into them, and for some reason they keep making them. They need to bring back those baggy like cargo jeans and stuff like that. I seen Jinko jeans came back. Have you guys seen that? Those big-legged Jinko jeans. They're making a comeback. They're here to go against the skinny jean fad that's going on. People say, they still say fad. Is that old? Am I aging myself? Vivian, you were on Odyssey earlier, but it kept freezing. Were you using the app or were you on a browser? Because I've been watching Salty Cracker on Odyssey, and I haven't had any issues. But I watch everything through the browser. I don't know why everybody's apps suck. I think having an app is like a cool thing. Like, hey, go get my app. Go download my app. But then the apps are like super janky. They're like super janky. And it's like, what's the point of having an app if it sucks? So I don't know. I don't know. I've thought about making an app, but for what? I really would like to have my own streaming platform, but I'd have to have a server and all this other stuff that I cannot afford. If I could afford it, I would. But then we'd be in competition with Odyssey, because it'd be all free speech and stuff. Could always go live on OnlyFans. I'll remember that. Just in case Rumble doesn't work out, we'll just start streaming the trial on OnlyFans. You guys can all subscribe. Apps are for people that wear skinny jeans. You're hilarious, Trigger Crazy. You dusty bigot. You dusty bigot. Chris, get a loan. Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll just loan me out some money. They're like, so what do you need the loan for? Well, I'm trying to build a server for a free speech platform where it's probably going to house a bunch of hooligans and conservatives to open-mindedly make comments and stream their views. They'll be like, I'm sorry, you just do not qualify. Now get the fuck out. Most likely that's how that will go. Tex Vet, you subscribe to my OnlyFans. I promise you will not be disappointed. You ever want to unsee stuff? If you've never experienced that, check out my OnlyFans today.
My best friend, right?
What's up, Faded Operator? You made it to the Rumble chat. It's delayed. Yeah, I'm not impressed with Rumble. Alexis, you'd name your kid Brandon if you had a boy. Yep, I think it's gonna be popular this year. Alexis, I don't know which place is the best as far as watching. I know Odyssey is the best platform as far as I'm treated as a creator. It's kind of to each their own. Right now we're currently live on YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey, Rumble, and Facebook. The majority of the audience is on YouTube. Quite a few people over on Twitch. Not that many on Rumble. I don't know how much longer we're going to be streaming on Rumble. And then Odyssey is the spot for free speech. You don't get flagged or censored in any kind of way on Odyssey. See, Trigger Crazy, I knew you were all up on Corinne. How would you know she has got an OnlyFans? I'm pretty sure Corinne runs her OnlyFans for streaming her lives because I think she got banned or something on YouTube or something. I don't know that much about it, but I know she's got an OnlyFans and supposedly it's for live streaming political stuff. Bailey, no, D-Live is hot burning dumpster fire. We were live streaming on D-Live, but anytime President Trump came on the screen, they would disable my chat and try and, well, they didn't try. They successfully kicked the live like 3 different times. And so we don't stream on D-Live because they're just as bad as YouTube.
Is that chair better for you?
Miss Jamie, what? You guys posting trash in the Discord? You know I can't look away to deal with that, silly hooligans. scary. Have I tried locals? When it first came out, I downloaded the app. You couldn't go live on there, but it was like dead. It was like super dead. I actually think I just uninstalled that app. Someone just said that they joined up with Rumble.
My name is Corey Schreffesy.
I'm not sure.
I'm one of the lawyers for Mr. Rittenhouse, along with Mr. Richards and Ms. Wisco. I'm going to try to follow up on some of the questions that had been asked by Mr. Binger. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. If there's something that you want to talk about in the back, feel free. I'm only telling you that because I'm following up on some of the things from individual jurors that you had said. So I'm going to start, if I can, with juror number 23 in seat 23. Ma'am, you had mentioned that your son had gone down to the riots, the protests, whatever it was, and you had, should she have a microphone, Judge?
Yes.
Yeah, Ohio Kyle. I agree. I need to get a chair like that. That's awesome.
Juror 23, use the microphone. Right up front here.
The game you lost, yes. Odyssey is, I think they're going to be number one eventually.
So you had said that
I wouldn't use the app though. I would just go through the browser, type in Odyssey. You'd be good to go. Click my link in my description. That's the best way to find Odyssey.
He was 19 at the time.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you were you had asked him not to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. Can I ask you, it's a broad question, but why? Were you worried for his safety? Did you not want him to get arrested? Kind of all of it? What was kind of going through your mind?
Mostly his safety, not knowing what was going on down there, and I'm just kind of the type of person to lock up and stay home and be safe and protect my own and not go look for any trouble.
Sounds good to me. Sorry, Judge. Were you watching what was happening?
Yes.
All right. And so you had observed property damage, things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Fires that were going on.
Okay. And so the biggest concern you had was for his safety?
Yes, I just didn't think he needed to be any part of it.
Okay. You had also mentioned that Mr. Binger had asked a question, and you had mentioned that you had purchased, if I have it right, you had purchased a firearm directly because of what was happening in Kenosha?
Yes.
And so that is something that prior to that time frame, you hadn't had a firearm in your residence, or you hadn't felt the need to protect yourself that way?
Have not ever had a gun in my possession, and after all of that, neighbors yelling that I shouldn't have my flag hanging, my United States of America flag should not be up because, for whatever reason, I left it up and I got a gun.
Thank you. Juror number 31, I think in seat 31. You had mentioned that, and tell me if I have this right, that there was a question about how you felt about Thanksgiving, or you were going to have Thanksgiving. And so your nephew was a police officer in Kenosha?
Not in Kenosha. He was a police officer for 10 years up in Windfish Bay.
Did he come down to Kenosha August 23rd, 24th, 25th?
He was not there, but he felt threatened even in his area, to the point that, kissing his little kids goodbye, not knowing if he was going to see him the next day because of the uproar and the riots that he was seeing.
If you know, was it equated, his decision to no longer be a police officer, was that related to specifically what had happened in Kenosha?
I think it was part of it. You know, I think the lack of police support, which we are very supportive of our police and good friends with many, that it hurt him too, but he knew he couldn't handle it anymore.
Thank you. Juror number 40 in seat 24, right behind you there. So I just have one simple question. You had mentioned, I think a couple times, that you're a foster parent. Is that right?
I'm a previous foster parent. We don't have our foster parents.
Okay. The reason I say that is I am too, and you had known, or you know Mary Hart through that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Without getting into too much detail, is it something that you had dealt with Attorney Hart on a lot? Like, have you seen her a lot as it relates to this foster care kind of thing?
For the foster parent, or excuse me, the Foster Parent Association like banquet, she was a speaker and a guest for quite a few of those. But then she was just in at most of our court proceedings throughout.
Okay.
And the termination of parental rights.
But nothing about that involvement with her would have any impact on your decision in terms of listening to the evidence in this case. Thank you.
Attorneys?
Were they taking a sidebar? I love everyone trying to guess what the judge is sucking on. I'm sitting here reading all your guys' comments across all these chats. You guys are hilarious. Saying he's eating Halloween candy. He's sitting there eating cough drops. He's got a Werther's. Serum, what flavor Jolly Rancher does he have? You guys are hilarious. Jeez, whatever that juror said set them off. They're like, you know, if we get her in the juror box, it's gonna be game over. Kyle's gonna walk, and they're gonna burn our courthouse down. They had to delegate. The judge is on CBD gummies. He's just trying to chill out. He knows how it's gonna go. He ain't worried about it. He's sucking on a Viagra. He's chewing on a Xanax, you guys. What kind of judge is this? There's no way he's reading the chat. He'd be laughing his ass off. You see him start typing and grinning real hard, you'll know he's in the chat. He's all like, let's go, Brandon. Hashtag free Kyle. Sitting there smiling, sucking on a Starburst. DJ Rumpel. I wonder how many people actually bought a gun this year like that woman. I think a lot of people did. But it also depends on a lot of stipulations, and I think about it, because like here you can't get ammo at all. There's no ammo here at all. So if you bought a new pew pew and you ain't got no ammo, you just got a new paperweight.
Aware of.
You got a fancy brick.
Is there anybody on the panel who has really done or tried to do a concerted effort to follow the case? Meaning, every time there's an article written or every time there's something said, that you are always paying attention to it, you're keeping track of kind of what's going on in the case. Has anybody been doing that?
Now he's playing pocket pool, all zoomed in on the camera. Good Lord.
So, in listening to some of the things you all have talked about, I don't live in Kenosha, but my question is this: based on what had happened, looking at it from the outside in, how many people on the panel are angry about what had happened?
When you talk about what had happened, can you specify?
I'm sorry, the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riots thing, and why we're here. Is there anybody here who has?
Thanks for being here, Christy.
Who's angry?
You say the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riot thing, why we're here. We're not here for the riot. Be clearer on exactly what you're talking about.
The 24th, and then the next day into the 25th, and into the night of what would be the 26th. So the riot the day before, and then Mr. Rittenhouse and the shooting the next day. Is there anybody here who's just angry about what had happened to the point that they don't feel like they can sit and listen to the case? Juror number 4. So can you just tell me what your feelings?
Well, it's just, just listening to it, I'm just getting really anxious. A lot of anxiety over it. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just reliving it. I live so close to everything that happened. It's just really bothering me.
The question will always be, do you think that you can set aside those feelings and...
At this point, I don't think I can.
Can I ask you, what is it? Is it the anxiety about listening to the case? Is it having to judge the case if you're picked? Can you tell me what that is?
It's kind of hard to describe what is causing the anxiety, but I just know that this whole thing is causing me. To pinpoint the exact reason is kind of hard.
Do you think that if you're given whatever, I know the judge had talked about if you needed a break or anything like that, is it something that you think you can get through it, or is it something that you think you would be unable to do?
I don't know. Kind of hard to say.
Is there any reason that is there anything at this point that makes you believe you can't do that?
No, I guess not.
Okay. So anybody else who was, and I'm just going to put it, that was so bothered by what had happened that they would find it difficult to listen to the facts of the case?
Are you capable of self-control? You're not? All right, I guess we'll have to let you go. Goodness, bunch of sissies.
Binger had said, he had asked if anybody has a problem with people protesting, and obviously no one had raised their hands. Is there anybody here who believes that it's okay to damage property as a form of protesting? Anybody think that's okay? I see no hands.
A trick question for Antifa?
The panel, I know no one said they were down there on, I think, the evening of the 24th. Did anybody go down and try to help clean up and see kind of the aftermath the next morning into the morning of the 25th? Anybody do that? Juror number 11.
didn't go down to help clean up, but I did go down to view what had happened, the aftermath, what it was.
And can I ask you where you were specifically, if you remember?
Driving through the downtown and the uptown area to see the damage that was done.
Okay, and you were able to observe
Yes.
some of the, okay.
Carefully.
I'm sorry?
Very cheerfully.
Would it,
It affected me.
I think the LSD is kicking in.
you in a way that would
The
make
judge is in another galaxy.
Okay, so
He's like, I better just have one more.
Okay, so what you saw, although it affected you, wouldn't have an impact on your ability to listen to the case? Okay. Anyone else who might have went down there or seen anything? Make sure I have this right. Juror 29.
I just want to repeat that I was down there to board up uptown and downtown. I was down there to clean up.
Did you, when you were down there, did you have an opportunity, was it before buildings were damaged or after?
Both.
Okay.
Protect the ones that were damaged yet and also board up the ones that were already damaged.
All right, and seeing whatever it is that you observed and however that made you feel, do you think that would make it difficult for you to judge this case fairly?
No.
Okay.
It's so hard for me to pay attention. I'm just trying to speculate on what the judge is thinking.
Juror number 54.
I just drove down in the area of downtown Athens like 2 or 3 days after.
Was it, I'm assuming it was still
Yes.
substantial, there was substantial damage? And again, however it made you feel, any difficulty in kind of separating that from what your job would be here? Okay.
I think he's second guessing himself. He's like, maybe I shouldn't have ate that last one.
So
I'm feeling it already. Look at that face.
is there anyone here, you have heard the judge has told you that some of the charges involve possession of a firearm.
Thanks, Durslor.
Mr. Binger
check it out.
you if you understand the workings of a firearm. My question is this: is there anyone who, knowing what you know about, or your feelings about that night, is there anyone who believes that, irrespective of what the evidence would be, that if a person brought a firearm downtown, they're guilty of something? Does anybody believe that? I see no hands. One of the charges is a violation of a curfew. Does anyone believe that if there's a violation of a curfew, that fact alone then holds them responsible for everything else that happened after that curfew? Does anybody believe that? I see no hands. I think the judge will tell you this. So there's 6 charges, I think. Each one requires a separate finding by you beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who would have difficulty separating?
One of them is a civil burden only.
Okay, that's right. But fair enough. So the curfew violation is a civil ticket. But is there anyone here who would have difficulty kind of separating these out and saying, I'm going to make specific findings on each charge, irrespective of the other charge, meaning you're going to hold the state to their burden on each one of the 6 charges? Anybody have any difficulty kind of supporting that idea? I see no hands. Mr. Binger had asked you about the workings of a firearm. I think you'll hear about the firearm in this case. Okay? The firearm in this case, I think it'll be referred to as an AR-15. It's an MP-15, but it's referred to that. Is anybody so bothered by that type of firearm that they don't think that they could listen to the facts of the case and judge it fairly? Anybody have such a problem with that?
I don't know what just happened to the audio.
I want to make sure I have it right.
I wonder if they bumped the mic or something.
Juror number 30. Okay.
Juror Crazy, I think this is the defense attorney.
So yes, I do have a problem with it.
Okay. Can you, I don't want this to sound like a dumb question, but can you just tell me your feelings on it?
I don't think a weapon like that should belong to the general public.
Okay.
Cry hard and be mad, sissy ass.
If it's legal to purchase, and you have your feelings, which are, I'm just going to complain about that. And the firearm in and of itself isn't illegal. Do you think you can judge this case fairly, understanding that it involves a firearm that you don't think should be legal?
No.
Okay.
Get that trash bag out of there. Send that hoe to Cuba.
You would have difficulty setting aside whatever preconceived notions or whatever your feelings are about the case and judge it fairly?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I would move to strike 30.
Hey. Go ahead.
That Molly Rancher is kicking his ass. Look at him.
I just want to clarify something. So there are going to be a lot of facts in this case about a lot of different things. Counsel's asked about the curfew, about the events of that night, protests, things like that. Am I understanding you correctly that just the simple fact that if the evidence shows that the defendant possessed an AR-15, you would find him guilty of all of the charges just based on that fact?
Pretty much.
Okay. Then I have no objection.
What was the answer? Pretty much.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you. And please give her a note. And
Juror number 60.
He's like, get the hell out of my courtroom, communist. Did I say too much? Look at everybody typing in Molly Rancher. You never mind that, okay? You just never mind that.
all right. Ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions or raise your hand in answer to any of the, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Just about medication. I recently started an antidepressant and stomach medicine that makes me extremely loopy.
It makes you
extremely loopy.
Loopy, okay.
Yeah, like I can't comprehend anything.
Okay.
I didn't take it today just because I knew I was going to be here, but that is one of my concerns.
Okay. Do you know when this is about to happen or happening?
What's up, Street Smart Geek?
I get a weird feeling after I do take the medicine, but there's not, like, I don't have a time frame of when it kicks in. Like I said, I just started like 2 weeks ago, so it will take a month or so for my body to get used to it. Like I said, that's my only concern.
And what is, how much of a concern is it to you in terms of your fearing this happen? Not from the standpoint you're warning me about it conceivably happening, but how likely do you think it is to happen?
It happens every time I take the medicine.
Do it? Okay.
Yeah.
And doctor has suggested that you take the medicine.
What's up, Nagasaki?
Yeah, we're going through trial and error to figure out what's going on medically.
Okay. Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Liberty Sweetheart, for continuing on with the membership program. You're officially a hooligan.
These mystery notes that I'm talking about are just related to appearing for...
So what happened? Her hormone blocker was kicking in too tough, and she was getting that testosterone going. Couldn't comprehend what was going on. That's unfortunate.
All right, ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions asked so far? Okay, thank you. Please be seated. In number 30.
So you, I think, have been asked a couple questions by the court about people who know police officers, people who know sheriff's deputies, and all that other stuff. Is there any person on the panel who believes or would believe the word of a police officer over someone else in the community or any of us simply because they're police officers? That those people are more believable than everyday folks? Anybody find that to be true? Okay. How about that same question if someone, for example, has a financial interest in the case? Would they? How would you, or would you believe them less because of that? Juror, I'm going to make sure I have it right. Juror number 40 in seat 24. Okay, so you I don't want to put words in your mouth. Okay.
What's up, Hammerhead Fred?
Skeptical.
Haven't seen your name in a while. Welcome back to the chat.
A motivation to get the correct information.
Okay, and I saw what I believe to be juror number 43 in seat 3, kind of like.
Yeah, 43.
Okay, so 43 is same. Is it? You tell me your answer to that question.
Yes. In any situation, if someone benefits from something, you have to, you have to wonder if they're pure.
Okay. Anyone else? Juror number 31.
I would just think it would be a conflict of interest, that they would be up there in this, that they would have an alternative motive to financially benefit from it.
Okay. How about Mr. Rittenhouse has the right, the constitutional right to testify and the constitutional right not to testify. Is there anybody here who would find him less credible simply because he is charged in this case? That no matter what he says, he's less credible as a witness? Anybody actually believe that to be true? I don't see any hands. How about, I think you'll hear from some experts in this case. Does anyone here have any training in medicine or being a nurse or anything like that? Okay, so juror number 31.
I'm a pharmacist, and I teach at medical school in Milwaukee.
I'm going to ask you this question. Do they teach anything about like frontline, like emergency room things? And they do.
First responder.
So do you have any personal knowledge of things like gunshot wounds, anything?
Gunshot wounds, but administration of like Naloxone for opioid overdoses and things like that.
Okay. Okay, so I think you will, so you are a pharmacist. You will likely hear from some medical doctors. Do you, because they're medical doctors, do you believe them to be more trustworthy and believable than anyone else?
Depends on the content. If it's medical based, yes, they would probably be the experts in this area.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anybody else who, juror number...
What's up, Gang of Four? You haven't missed much yet.
27. Okay. And if I have this right, one of you have a PhD, or I don't know if it's called a PhD. Okay. So you are the equivalent of a doctor of pharmacy.
Nowadays? No?
Not if you're old like me.
Nowadays.
Same question to you. Do you have any like specialized knowledge or maybe more knowledge about things like gunshot wounds or things like that?
No, not training in that aspect.
Okay, do you know what stippling is? Okay. And I don't want to assume this, but you're going to hear from physicians, you are maybe as educated or more educated than they are.
Thanks for being here, Sam.
Are you willing to kind of listen to the evidence that they provide, or is it kind of a foregone conclusion that they're right?
I guess it depends on what they're speaking about.
Okay.
Like she said, you would think that they're experts in their field if they're being called.
Right? Okay. Very good. Thank you. Anybody else who has any medical training? The juror number 13, you're a paramedic, is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Have you ever arrived on the scene or have dealt with a gunshot before?
Not a gunshot.
Do you have familiarity with any aspects of gunshot wounds or anything like that?
Yeah, we train on it, you know.
You see the judge's face? He looks like he's rolling hard.
Know what stippling is?
He totally looks like he's on some.
Okay. Is there anything that you know, that your knowledge about in terms of the work that you do that you would not be at least willing to listen to the evidence?
No.
All right. That's all I have for you. Thank you. Anyone else? I thought I saw one more hand, but I could be wildly mistaken. And I am. I think Mr. Binger asked you about if some of you had working knowledge of firearms. I think he asked that. I see a show of hands of people who have working knowledge of firearms. And so juror number 2.
You guys are cracking me up in the chat. He's looking around. He's like, I hope this wears off before I gotta be back here tomorrow.
Would you be willing to tell me what the basis of knowledge is and things like that?
Well, I've shot 22s, shotguns, never gone hunting, got some target practice, shot some squirrels inside my buildings, but I'm not a hunter, I'm not a gun enthusiast, I'm a collector, familiar with small ones.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in that back row that has juror number 43 in seat 3?
I have a 9mm.
That you personally have? So. Okay. And have you? I'm assuming you've taken that out and.
Yes, I have shot it a couple times, but I've taken a concealed carry class.
And can I ask, is the primary use just for target practice and things like that?
Safety.
I wouldn't even answer that question. I ain't none of your fucking business.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I have for you. I just want to make sure I have it right, sir. I'm sorry. Juror number 58 in seat 6.
Hunter safety training, hunting before, gun practice, family, firearms, things like that.
Would you say that you have a pretty good working knowledge of how they work and things like that?
Yeah, basic level knowledge, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the back row? Juror number 45 in seat number 8.
Grew up with guns, hunter safety, hunting, all aspects, many different types of firearms, proficient.
So when you say, I'm not as familiar, when you say proficient, does that just mean you're good at, like, shooting?
Yeah, it's shooting in the operation of how they work, general knowledge of them, so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the back row? Juror number 11 I'm sorry. Juror number.
I believe the proper response is because it's my right. Why do you have one? Because it's my right.
Okay. And is there anything about firearms involved in this case that would make it difficult for you to listen to the case? Okay. Thank you. Juror number 11 and seat 11. Just kind of a working knowledge. You have a working knowledge of firearms?
Yes, I do. I grew up around firearms, very safe with them. I did not attend any kind of safety course. I never went hunting. However, I do a lot of target practice and again for personal safety.
Okay. Thank you. The judge would describe that as the second row. Anybody in the second row that has, and you are
21.
You are 21. Okay.
It's just, we have it for home defense, but I know your basic on safety, and then I know how to take it apart and put it back together.
Okay. Anyone else who spends time with or is familiar with firearms? I'm sorry. This is juror number 20. I know this, 29.
Hunter safety. I'm a member of a range for target practice, and I also own mine.
Okay. And is it, if you don't mind me asking, is it more, well, you go to a range, so is it more for just practicing? Is it more for personal safety? Both?
Both.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And just so I'm clear, this is juror
28.
28 in seat. Okay, 28. Yep.
M16, 45, 22, 12 gauge.
Look at the judge's face. He's like, I'm in no kind of position to be doing math right now.
27 and 27.
He's had enough. He's ready to call it a day. He's like, if I don't get a drink of water soon, I don't know what's going to happen.
Is your use of it more just to go kind of spend time with your spouse, or is it personal safety, or?
Personal safety, I guess. I was robbed at gunpoint, so.
So you've been the victim of a crime with a firearm?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you, would that have an impact on your ability? Can I ask you, how long ago was that?
2012. So, 10 years ago?
Was the person arrested?
Yes. I had to go to court.
Okay.
And I picked them out.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Picked them out. They went to, I went to court. They were arrested.
I can only assume that was an incredibly traumatic experience. Hearing about firearms in this case and firearms being discharged and what you obviously know we're going to talk about, would that have an impact on your ability to listen to this case?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 and 26.
I shoot recreationally and I take gun safety classes.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
I shoot recreationally and I take gun safety classes.
Thank you.
Is it something you do regularly?
About once a year.
Once a year. Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 in seat 26.
25.
I'm sorry, 25 and 25.
Big hunting family. It's like 3 generations now. I also shoot recreationally. I also for protection.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 40 in seat 24.
That's correct. My husband is an active hunter. He's got a gun collection. And he's brought me shooting a couple of times. But I wouldn't say I'm an expert by any means.
Hey, thanks for being here, Claudette.
He's wanting me to take a concealed carry class or a hunter safety class so that way I can be more confident and not as uncomfortable around guns.
Do you think it's important to have some comfort level for you with the firearm?
Yes. Yeah,
Look at the judge. He's typing in the chat right now. He's like, Kyle's going to be so free after this.
I was very anxious that home with 5 kids.
Actually, all the letters are probably floating around on his screen right now. He's trying to figure it out.
So I didn't feel comfortable and I didn't feel safe at home. But I knew I'll be more of a danger.
What's up, Brian? We did the pledge during the last live. I had I cut the screen. 30 seconds later, I came back and we did the pledge.
Getting me to get more knowledge. But both of our families are big hunters. So.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Juror 23. Yeah, no, same thing. But it sounds like you got a gun in particular for safety.
Yes, and as it turns out, I enjoy target practice a lot. So I go shooting quite often and to gain accuracy and comfort.
So would it be fair to say it was something you did initially for safety, now that has turned into something that you actually, I don't want to say it's a hobby maybe, but you enjoy doing?
I enjoy doing it, and I encourage myself to do it because I want to be accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah, trigger crazy. We should
Juror 54.
hook the judge up with some hooligan merch.
Husband and my son are both avid hunters, and his family grew up, my husband's family grew up hunting, and he's got a gun collection. I've only shot a gun twice, just with the targets. I do not own them.
Is there anything about, and this can go not only to juror number 54, but everybody, we had talked about the specific gun being bothersome, at least to one juror. Is there anybody here who's just so bothered by guns that, there are certain things that just are a non-starter for people, where they don't want to hear the evidence, they don't want to listen to it. Is there anybody
Thanks for being here, Chris.
that way about firearms, that they just would be unwilling to listen to the facts of the case? I see no hands. You sure can. Juror number 31.
Okay, earlier you had asked about the type of gun that it was and how comfortable we were with that type of gun. In my opinion, the only type of gun that I would have classified that as a machine gun. And I raised my hand, but we got disturbed by something. So that being said, I just wanted it noted that, no, I don't believe a machine gun should be in anyone's hands.
So I don't know a whole lot about firearms. Can you tell me what your definition of a machine?
Look at the judge's face. He's like, get this bitch out of here.
That is able to shoot multiple rounds.
When you say that, by like you just hold the trigger down and then bullets just keep coming?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I don't think that type of gun is necessary for the public.
Well, you're too dumb to make decisions here, lady.
Well, you're going to, this case is going to involve a gun that you may be, I don't want to say uncomfortable, but your feelings on it, okay? So I don't think I'm going to sugarcoat this. You're going to hear that that gun is out and about in Kenosha. How would...
Then it shouldn't be.
Okay. With that belief, do you think you can still listen to the case and judge it fairly, or are you bothered enough by your feelings about the type of firearm that you would be unwilling to set that aside? I appreciate you being honest about it. I think everybody does. So
I would try my best to try to be very neutral about it.
She doesn't even know what a machine gun is. She's disqualified. Get her ass out of there.
So the judge has asked, do you think somebody can do a better job than you sitting in your chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair, I'll tell you that.
You said nobody wants to be in this chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair. I'd be rather sitting in a hard bench.
I appreciate you being here, Mary.
Back to that in a second, but I'm really just, and I think everybody just wants the people that are going to be as fair as possible. And if there's something that is telling you that you don't think that you can be as fair as possible, I think everybody on this side would want to know that. Do you think, with the feelings that you have, I think it's a, I don't want to say it's a yes or no, but what are your feelings on it?
I would try to be fair for everyone's, both sides of it. I just really feel as if I'm taking it away from just the gun itself. I don't like that gun.
I think I'm going to interject. I'm going to invite correction by the lawyers because you've used the term a machine gun. And there was a time 50 years ago when a machine gun was a gun that on a single depression of the trigger would fire multiple rounds. That type of gun still exists and, for example, is used in the military. They are unlawful in almost all instances for sale to individuals. That's called now a fully automatic weapon. That means that the single trigger depression can discharge as many bullets as the firearm is capable of discharging for as long as the trigger is depressed. Then there are guns that are semi-automatic, where they're capable of firing a large number of rounds, but every time requires a single trigger pull. There have been devices created which can render those effectively fully automatic. They are not lawful for sale in this country, but I think the old ones are still out there, which would make the gun the equivalent of a fully automatic weapon. So there's semi-automatic, single depression discharges only one bullet, and it's as fast as you can pull your trigger, the number of times you can pull the trigger. And there's the fully automatic, which will fire as long as it's held down. Does that make sense? Anybody have a question about that accuracy of that? Okay, go ahead now.
Would it matter to you?
The judge had to straighten her out.
Change your opinion if you knew that it was not fully automatic, that it was a single depression. Would that change your opinion and how you feel?
The intent to shoot a particular person
Mm-hmm.
or thing would be more deliberate than if it was a machine gun and you're just taking down everybody. The machine gun being automatic, I guess, is a word I should have done.
So I just want to make sure that I understand your position on it. Okay, so the judge has told you about no one here is going to allege that there was an automatic weapon used. Okay? So it was a single depression as many times, or as the judge said, as fast as you can pull the trigger, but it's a semi-automatic weapon. Knowing that, does that have an impact on your feelings in terms of being able to judge the case fairly?
I guess I have to see how it all mapped out with the evidence.
Would you do your best to try to...
I will do my best.
Okay. Can I ask you this? You had said, and you had brought something else up, you had said nobody wants to be sitting in that chair.
Absolutely. Ask any of us.
Mishmel, so is that Alec Baldwin's wife?
What about, is it the anxiety of potentially being on a case like this? Is it just...
It's scary. The last case I was on, it was a former patient of mine that was murdered. You're scared.
This lady's going to make me start drinking beer.
Scared to go home. I live very close to Antioch, where he is from. When we thought the riots were going out, yes, it's so scary. I live so close to where he's from.
Would your fear, if that's the right word, would that impact your ability to decide the case fairly? Would you be worried about outcome?
No. My fear is walking out of any of the days of court and just wondering what we're walking out to. What are our cars going to look like when we're going out to them? Are they going to be slashed? Are they going to be damaged? Am I going to be able to get home safe? that's scary.
Well, you wouldn't have to worry about that if you had a pew-pew, you idiot.
Interject.
Good Lord.
There are measures that will be taken with the jury that is selected to deal with those fears. And I think your fears would be substantially diminished once you're made aware of them, but I'm not going to talk about them right now because they're less effective if I do. So we'll leave it at that.
I appreciate your honesty. Is there anybody else, trying to follow up on that, since it's anybody else who feels that sitting on the jury, on this particular jury, would be difficult because of either the pressure, anxiety from any of the things that Juror 31 had said, fear of what a verdict might do or be, what it means to the community? Anybody here have those fears? Juror 4, if I remember this, 40 and 24.
Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of the community, and I should say all the outsiders from our community that are coming in because this is such a public case.
Why are we talking about her feelings and fears? We're going to spend the rest of the today's court case listening to her feelings? She obviously don't qualify.
The civil unrest or the possibility of the unrest and the unknowns it just makes you feel uncomfortable.
Do you have concerns that a specific verdict could be a problem for the community?
Potentially.
Okay, so there's...
I think because it's, I mean, the judge had stated that this isn't a political case, but that doesn't stop the politics from outside the courtroom, you know what I mean? So people are going to do what they're going to do. Does that make it right? Absolutely not. But I can only,
How do you, would it impact your ability to be fair, though, having lived through whatever you lived through, however you felt about it, would that impact your ability to judge this case fairly because of those concerns?
No. I think it's more so like she had mentioned, like what happens when you leave the courthouse and all of the unrest that could possibly be there.
And let me just tell you that I've been in this business for over 50 years in the criminal courts, and I have never, ever had any incident in any of the courts, not just in my court, but in other judges, involving any kind of peril to the jurors. And believe me, we've had some pretty fearsome people in here over the years. So I understand why people would be concerned, but I can tell you that we've never ever had a problem. And well, I'll leave it at that.
I guess I'm maybe explaining this wrong. I'm not concerned about my own physical safety. I think just community safety as a whole. That tends to bring the crazies out.
So I don't want to belabor the point, but what I want to just figure out is, are you okay? Meaning, are you willing to listen to the case, judge the evidence, understanding that a specific verdict, whatever you think might bring out, as you call them, the crazies, are you okay saying, look, I'm still going to do what, I'm going to follow the law, I'm going to listen to the instructions the court gives, and I'm going to render a verdict that I believe to be correct, with all of that kind of background noise?
Yes, just because I got my own self-integrity.
Look at the judge's face. He's like, what'd you say? What'd you say?
Yes.
You mean no?
Factor into me being unbiased and being able to look at all the evidence making a statement in there. I mean, it's just, it's my anxiety.
Okay, thank you. I think juror 15. Did you have your hand up, ma'am?
She's gonna mess it all up. All the jurors have to be in agreement.
Yeah.
Sure, she can't agree on anything. Where's her caretaker at?
Of family and friends. And we're gonna, they stopped after the prosecution questioned me. We were going to, but I lost concentration.
Quokka. I can do it. I just need to talk about it a lot. Exactly.
They sit impartially as they could. And at that point, I think there's others that would be better served to take my chair because of the interaction with my husband. Not discussing the case, but the end result when we're up.
Is it something that would... I want to do this delicately. I don't want to...
Let me ask this, is there objection to excusing this juror?
No, you don't think you can be fair, is that right, ma'am? Based on that.
All right, I'm going to excuse you, ma'am, thank you.
What's up, Loco Valdez? No, I don't mind these long court proceedings. It's just more time I get to hang out with the hooligans, so it doesn't affect me at all.
All right,
Smack the shit out of the mic. Why is he looking at it? Like it's going to fight back. I'm telling you, he's rolling hard. The Molly Ranchers are hitting.
even though we haven't started the trial yet, I think there's one thing we can all agree on. He is very fashionably dressed. Don't you agree? All right.
It's just the Jeff Mack shirt. It's not a big deal. It's every day. It's every day.
Would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions? What's up?
I have classes that affect my water license that I've scheduled that are in the next 2 weeks for my water license, and I also have a 24-hour call shift coming on.
24-hour
Call shift?
Water license.
I'm a water operator.
Okay, and the clerk is nodding yes, since you grew up on a farm, so this obviously is something rural, right?
No, this is Lake
No?
County. I work for that county.
What's that? Oh, a municipality. You work in Lake County? Do you wear that shirt to work?
They won't let me, but I wish.
Brian, do I have neighbors and such rocking Jeff Mack apparel? Nah, my neighbors are all like in their 70s, and they think Biden's a great guy, and they all went and got the jab, and they think that I'm just a hooligan piece of shit. That's okay. It doesn't bother me, though. My buddies wear it.
Okay, thank you. What's that? Yeah, a sheet. Yeah, and she's a big Cub fan, so she's gonna. This is gonna.
Juror number 63.
I'm saying, cheeky chaps. Next time a judge gets out here, probably tomorrow or so, he brings Jeff Mack mug with him. He's gonna say hardcore truther on the other side.
All right, sir. Would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Which ones?
I have a conflict with the schedule, and also I have a yes question for one of the question about the
Jesse Mendez. Oh, I will be checking my P.O. box on Thursday or Friday. The post office never lets me know when I get my stuff, so I have to drive over there and check it all the time. So I've kind of limited it down to like Thursday or Friday. I'll go check it and see what all I have there.
Okay, let's.
But I will let you know when I get it.
And maybe you'd be more comfortable in the chair over there. Why don't you come on up and sit in seat 15, and then you won't have to stand there and answer questions. All right, thank you. Okay, you indicated you had generally in agreement with the lady who was excused about her views on the firearm involved?
Yes.
Okay. What is your personal belief on the subject?
I believe that this
someone here more qualified or?
No. My question wasn't clear. What is your, I don't remember the exact question that was asked of the lady, but it had to do with whether or not she would be able to be fair on all of the crimes that are charged and the particular elements of them, and that simply because the defendant is alleged to have been in possession of that type of a firearm, that she would just vote guilty regardless of the proof. That's not a totally fair statement, but it. Want to improve on that?
I'll check it out, Jersey Devil.
I think the juror was unwilling to set aside the fact that she was so bothered by the type of firearm that was used that she would be unable to honestly listen to the facts of the case.
Yes, I'm pretty much on the same page. Yeah.
Let's just, when you said you had a schedule conflict?
Yes, I do. I have a trip scheduled for November 19th. And I understood that the trial may not take at least 2 weeks.
Well, it would take us up to the 19th would be the Friday after we're supposed to be done, hoping to be done. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I'll let Mr. Sharafasi examine you further on the weapons issue if he wishes, and I'll allow the state to respond as well.
So, juror number 63. So, just trying to follow up, and I want to have you answer as honestly as you can. Are you willing to listen to the evidence, understanding some of the evidence is going to involve possession of a semi-automatic firearm that looks like an AR-15? Are you willing to listen to the evidence and judge this case based solely on that evidence, irrespective of your feelings about that firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So are you willing to judge each individual charge that involves that firearm based on the evidence that you hear in the case and is presented to you, setting aside and understanding the fact that you have these feelings about this firearm?
Yes, based on.
Okay. Thank you. I was asking, I'm sorry, Judge, you raised your hand?
I need to scratch my eye.
Sorry. I think that, and I'm not looking to point fingers, but I think juror number 46 in seat 17, there was questions about fear of sitting in those seats or anxiety about sitting in those seats. And I know you didn't raise your hand, but your body language was telling me that you were not thrilled about this. So is that true?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what everybody's interested in is, and I understand there's anxiety probably for everyone. Is it something that you can?
Oh, well, just the other day, I was driving down 60 and they're already boarding things up, which freaked me out. Like, come on, you know. So, yeah, I'm worried about the safety. And I even didn't even drive my car here today. I took a Lyft because I don't want anybody seeing my car. So I'm just kind of freaked out about that, yes.
Okay. Would it impact your ability to render the verdict that you thought was correct?
Oh, no, it wouldn't impact that.
Okay. Anyone else that have concerns about being on the panel in terms of safety or, I'm sorry, 34.
34. So I really want to serve on a jury. I really do not want to serve on this jury. I only want to serve on a jury where the people involved directly have an opinion. I figure either way this goes, you're going to have half the country upset with you, and they react poorly. I also drove somebody else's car here, and while it wouldn't, you know, it is my duty, and you're a guilt tripper up there on the bench, and so And I'm a big Hamilton fan, and you keep mentioning the founding fathers. But it's scary because you don't know how people are going to react. And I watch too much TV. And so, of course, you worry. I want to know who's going to have the list of jurors. I'm grateful that you mentioned that we're not photographed. Not only would I not have control over my good side, but I don't want it to be known. I don't want people to know that I'm on a jury, or, I mean, if I'm on a jury, I wouldn't want them to know, and I wouldn't want them to have my list of my name or my address. I don't want people standing outside of my house. You know, it's scary when you think...
What color Kool-Aid do you think she used to dye her hair?
All over the country. It's not just Kenosha County. So, I mean, it is scary, and I would be very interested to hear how the jury is protected. Because...
Sure. And those are legitimate questions.
If you're scared.
Occur in cases without commenting on the enormity of this case or its particular facts.
You guys are killing me in the chat. Definitely blue.
Fear that would surround it. If you were here over the years that I've been here, you would have a better idea about the degree of risk that's involved for jurors. I can tell you, one of the things I'll tell whoever's selected on this case, whatever their verdicts are, I will talk about that you're never obliged to talk with anybody about the case, but you're welcome to talk about it as little or as much as you want. I tell them that if anyone bothers them, that they should let me know and we'll put a stop to it. And you know what? In 50 years of trying cases, and I tried cases as a lawyer, and now in 38 years as a judge, I've never had a juror threatened. I've never had a juror bothered in any way. I have not been bothered, and I don't have any special arrangements either. I am involved differently, obviously, in the jury, but as you'll find later, if there's a verdict of guilt returned in a criminal trial, then I'm in the sentencing business, and I think that the fear that people have is greater than the reality of risk. I'm not going to say it could never happen. By the way,
thanks for being here, Miss Melt.
Read about a juror being harmed.
Well, I watched a movie the other day.
Very good.
I'm a Netflix girl.
Okay, all right, I got you. But yeah, you don't hear about it. You know, once in
thanks for being here, Brian. Appreciate you.
In a decade, once in maybe 15 years, you'll hear about a judge getting assassinated, or not. Yeah, that assassinated, because there are some that happen in the family court's very volatile. The divorce court is very volatile, so you'll hear about those instances once in a decade. In terms of a judge actually being targeted, I would say that's once every 20 years you read about something like that. And these are people who are dealing with this on an everyday basis. So the risk, I can't emphasize enough. And the same thing with prosecutors. So if I could tell you, well, there's no risk at all, but I wouldn't be being honest with you. I am telling you that I've never seen it. I've even anything even close to it. And as far as these people who are spouting off all over the country, when you have a case that gets this much publicity, we get people. I'm going to leave it at that. I can't strongly enough tell you that I think that the risk of which you're concerned, I don't want to minimize it, but on the other hand, I don't want it to assume proportions that it doesn't deserve. Okay?
Well, I appreciate your comforting words.
Even if I'm, what did you call me?
Comforting words.
No, before that, what did she say? Guilt tripping?
I did call you a really good guilt tripper.
That's going to last. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharefsky.
My only question is, with
Get her off the bench. She don't deserve to be there.
pressure that you feel or anxiety that you feel. I think everybody's concern is that that pressure then makes you decide something that you don't actually believe in because you feel pressure to.
I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think, some cases I think they probably, if you decided guilty, it would get, it would be better. Or if you decided innocent, it would be better. I feel like it's as divided as politics and as racial tensions are. I think that there are no winners. I think.
But ma'am, who else is going to decide?
No, I agree. And honestly, we could all say whatever to get out of the chair. I mean, if we weren't here to be honest and to try to come up with an honest verdict based on evidence, I don't think people would still be sitting here. I mean, because you could say some really off-the-wall things, and I've had lots of suggestions from people about what to say or what to wear.
Mystique, or whatever your name is, just because you're scared and you agree with this scared person, you still watch how you talk to me.
Duty. I'm just saying, I feel like whatever the verdict is, there's going to be half the country that's going to be up in arms about it. And we've seen what that did to the city of Kenosha. Last year, I don't live in the city, so I wasn't personally affected, but so many people, even leaving here today have been, and it's just scary. And I don't want people to have my name, and I don't want to be seen on TV, and I don't want people to come after in their haze of praise.
Maybe the country will calm down after they see a verdict at a fair trial.
That would be amazing if that happened. I love your optimism as well.
Thank you, ma'am. My last kind of area is, nobody's going to hide this point, and it was raised a little bit. Is there anybody on the panel who does not believe in the concept of self-defense?
Mystique, you watch your face. I don't need to come to your house. You're in my house right now, trash bag.
You should
watch your
not be
face.
able to use self-defense to defend yourself. I see no hands. What I think you will hear, what I know you will hear, in this particular case is that in a case like this where self-defense is raised, once it's raised, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. Not that we don't have to prove that he was acting in self-defense. They have to prove that he wasn't, which it might be unusual. Is there anyone here who thinks it's unfair to make the state hold that burden of proof that Mr. Rittenhouse, in fact, did not act in self-defense? Does anybody think that's a problem? I see no hands. The other thing is, which is a little unusual, is, I think, you will be asked to view that self-defense from the shoes of Mr. Rittenhouse, not from all of us sitting here semi-comfortable today. So you'll be asked to view it from his shoes. Does anybody think that is also unfair? I see no hands. And lastly, the judge had commented on the idea of presumption of innocence when he was talking about the founding fathers. So the idea is that as he sits here right now today, with everybody having your feelings about what you've seen, what you've heard, what you've watched, as he sits here today, presumed to be innocent. Everybody gets that. Does anybody think that that is unfair to, I guess it would be to the state? Does anybody think that it should start kind of in the middle, that there should be no presumption of innocence? Does anybody think that, feel that way? I see no hands. And I have no other questions.
Thank you. All right, folks, I think we're going to take about a 10, hopefully 10, maybe 15-minute recess. And then we're going to be calling jurors into the library, one at a time, and asking some questions that we didn't bore into here, that are better asked outside the presence of the other jurors. And
I'm gonna grab a beer real quick.
please remain in your seats. We're going to take a little bit of a break too. First, and then after that, please remain in your seats, and you're welcome to talk about anything you want, including that gentleman's very fashionable shirt, or anything else other than something that relates to the case or the evidence or the people or anything like that. And then we'll start calling, and stay alert, everybody, because there may be some additional people who will be excused, and some of you folks will be called up to replace those people. So you need to be just as attentive, and across the street too, just as attentive as before once we get started again, but there won't be anything happening right in your presence. So it's going to be done in the library outside the presence of the other jurors. Media, we're going to allow at least one media representative in the library while we do this. Maybe two. I guess I already committed to two, so we'll find the chairs. It's because the room is smaller. And I think also two from each party, two additional folks from each party. Any questions, anybody? Okay. And these questions are going to relate to the very issues you were asked about here, only perhaps more in depth. Okay, so bear with us, and let's everybody try to be back in your seat at that some what's the word I want? Time freak comes and set these clocks so that they're 2 or 3 minutes ahead, which is not good for a guy like me. But we're going to use, I guess, the clock time. There's clock time that's showing on that clock. And
yeah, Molly Rancher's kicking his ass.
Well, we'll try to start at 20 after on that clock up there, which is more likely 17 after. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Any question? Okay. Thank you.
Good Lord. All right, it's beer 30. Hearing all those people crying. Good Lord. Be scared, stay home. Who cares? Cheers, hooligans. I'm not sure the word he was looking for. Time freak. I don't know what that is. The judge is killing me. It's cracking me up. Sitting here listening to the stories from these scared people in the juror booth or whatever it's called. He's rolling his eyes, sitting there checking his OnlyFans real quick. He's like, man, I'm blowing up right now. He's looking around at the crowd. He's like, I kind of run things around here. Really feeling himself. Yep. He had to put that drink down. He was rolling. He was rolling. The judge is a character. Totally cracks me up. We should put his face on a t-shirt. In a good way. Not a bad way. Like you see in the hood. The judge cracks me up. Sir, you got something for Mystique there? Trigger Crazy saying that's her mom who was up there talking. I didn't realize. It's family matters. Being scared. I come from a long lineage of scared people. I don't know what that's like. A clock watcher? Weird, I've never heard of that. Sam, he might be watching the live feed. He's sitting here reading the chat. He's like, I totally agree with you guys. What's up, Grimlock Gone? Thanks for being here. The judge is waiting for Judge Judy live. So he's got a crush on her, huh? Oh, someone kicked the camera. Trigger Crazy, I think he scared her away. She was like, geez, look at that hooligan. She's like, Trigger Crazy, you just a dusty bigot, or you happy to see me? Took off. I didn't even get to ban her. I probably could if I wanted to. I don't know. She's probably thinking of a rebuttal. She was sitting on her soapbox. Pretty tall there. You're right, Captain Seamus. Who doesn't have a crush on Judge Judy? Who doesn't like a woman that lays down the law? That's why we all get out and get married. We just want to be told what to do. It's a man's world. Waiting for Soros's instructions. Could be. Could be. I wonder if there's footage going on outside. Let me take a gander. Maybe we can see what's going on outside the building. As far as I know, there ain't no protesting or anything like that going on, but I could be totally wrong. So I'm going to take a look real quick. Joshua, the judge is twerking on camera. He's got to get them OnlyFans likes up. He just got famous today. Nah, Gino, I can't be slamming this beer. Be out here acting like a hooligan on camera. Get banned. Can't do it. Weird. I'm not seeing anything going on. There's no lives I'm seeing for outside the courthouse, which is weird. I thought there totally would be. What's up, Eric? They're just brutalizing the camera. Yeah, Trigger Crazy. It was kind of nuts watching the Kyle thing happen live. I just remember not really being sure what was happening as our camera guy was running down the street. The guy was screaming medic. I remember laughing. Oh, they just ended the live. Well, we'll have to pick up. They probably hit their limit. I just remember the guy screaming for a medic. We got closer. His arm was kind of like dangling there a little bit. He was screaming for his life. I was laughing. The camera guy did not think it was funny. He helped the guy out, probably saved the guy's life. Everyone in the chat was mad at me because I was laughing. That's all I remember. That's how it went in my eyes. So I don't know. I don't know. I just know it was crazy. All right, let's see if we can figure out where to pick the feed up. They probably just had to refresh it. Depending on like what kind of platform you stream on, there's like limitations on how long you can be live, so they probably had to shut it down to go back up. I appreciate you, Status Quo. Alright, let me flip the screen until I can find the live to continue on.
An international mystery.
No.
All right, there we go. What's up, Baked Hank? What's up, A-Quest? What, did we just get a bunch of people showing up? Baked Hank, just got off work and you're chilling, huh? Wait till you see this judge. This judge is quite the character, and we're pretty sure he's on something. He's on the good stuff. That's all we know. So on the poll here on YouTube, is the judge A, drinking rum and coke, B, sipping vodka, C, hitting the devil's lettuce, or D, reading Bible chapters? Right now, drinking rum and coke is in the lead. Second place is hitting the devil's lettuce. And there's a tie for third place between sipping vodka and reading Bible chapters. My goodness. Let's see, we're at 671 votes. We'll let it roll a little bit longer, I suppose. Everybody's talking about old man Walter crapping his pants out in Europe. It must have happened. There's no way that it's spreading around like this and it didn't happen. Bipolar Bear. You wrote that last time and it's flagged by YouTube. I don't think the judge is that woke. I don't think he's that woke. Yeah, Trigger Crazy. I think there's 2 hooligans in here right now that have the hot pink H with their 1-year hooligan badge. It's super awesome. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, whoa, what is that? I had to go look it up. Captain Seamus, yours will turn pink once you hit a year. I think a lot of you got it all near the same time. There must have been some sort of event happening where a lot of you picked up the membership. Because I see a lot of you guys' colors change like relatively close to the same time. I'll see a big group of people and all your badges will change to a different color. Somebody was saying that Poopgate was trending. I'll have to check my Twitter and see if it's trending on there. Captain Seamus, you're 1 day away from 11 months. That's awesome. Once you hit the 1 year mark, you get the pink one, and then you have to wait another 12 months between the upgrade because the next one is a 2 year mark. I'm not gonna say what color it is, but that's the only next upgrade. After you hit the 2 year mark, they don't even have another option above that. Hopefully they do something about it. Cloud99, you got unsubbed and had to re-up. Yeah, it's happened to a lot of hooligans. People have had to, well, they either get notified through like Twitter or they're a part of the Discord, so they get notified and then they show up and then they realize that their badge is gone, that their membership has ended. And it's just because YouTube unsubscribed them as a part of their censorship. And they had to resubscribe. I think Thunder Chicken was one that they had to like redo their membership and stuff not that long ago. No, Trigger Grizzly is not black. Sorry, I know how much you love that. Bigot. Anyways, yeah, it was like happening to a lot of hooligans, but what I've noticed over the last couple of days is YouTube has started to get off of me a little bit, and I've actually seen the subscriber number go back up. So we were at 54, it was like 54.9 thousand subscribers, and then YouTube took away almost 1,000 of them, or no, it was over 1,000 of them, because we're at 53,000 right now, like 53.8 or something like that. So they took over 1,000 subscribers away, but now I'm seeing the numbers go back up. So hopefully they'll stay off of us long enough so we can keep growing. What's up, Who Through? Make sure you vote on the poll since you stopped in. Yeah, your H is orange too. A lot of you guys are orange right now. Trigger Crazy, stop guessing. I'm not gonna tell you. You gotta find out. Yeah, you gotta hit that 2 year mark. You wanna know what the color is. You had to go look up what the devil's lettuce was? That's funny. When Michigan first became legal for medical marijuana, because I have a bad stomach, I got my weed card and whatever, and this was years ago. This is like 12 years ago or something like that. And I went in front of the doctor to get certified whether or not I would benefit from the effects of medical marijuana. The doctor's like, so, what makes you think you need the devil's lettuce? I didn't even know what to say back. I didn't even know what to say. But it's stuck with me ever since. So it's the devil's lettuce. Jeez, that's crazy, Jersey Devil. I'll have to look into that. I don't even know anything about that. Hammerhead Fred, has a doctor ever said no to a script of the lettuce? Not that I know of. Basically, you either give them $300 or you don't get it. That's how the weed card goes. But now it's legal 21 and older, so I don't even think people even get their weed card anymore. Kevin, at least you don't have the devil's curly hair. I don't know if that's a reference to something, because if it's not, I might. Not quite sure. I'm gonna have to Google it. I'm a little bit nervous. But I might have to Google it. Bluegrass, what's an ounce cost here? Probably $200, I would think. I don't know. Depends who you go to. If you go to the dispensaries and stuff, it's like, $400, $450, I'm sure. Not sure, but I'm pretty sure it's just $200 off, people around the block. Jeff Mack is from The Simpsons. Oh, it's from The Simpsons. The Symptoms. Got that plague on my mind. That's what it is, The Symptoms. The devil's curly hair. What, like Sideshow Bob? Is that a reference to that? David Brooks, yes. If you get a medical marijuana card, you are basically forfeiting your rights to own a pew. They don't tell you that, but that's because of federal laws. That's the way it is. The thing is, though, is when I had got mine, there wasn't a digital registry like there is now. It used to be all paper and files and stuff. And what they did is near a renew point, they turned the whole system digitally. And everyone renewed, their file went on to this digital archive. That year, I didn't renew because it had become legally for 21 and older. So I'm not going to give you $300 for a plastic card that says that I can do whatever I want to do because I'm already over 21. So I didn't renew. So because I didn't renew, my name never ended up on the digital archive. So when I applied for my CPL, which is called something different in other states, I guess, but here in Michigan, a CPL is a concealed pistol license. When I applied for it, I didn't get denied because there's no archive saying I ever had a medical marijuana card. And so I was able to get it. But yeah, you're not wrong. If you have a medical marijuana card, you are forfeiting your rights to having your pews. Yeah, Kevin, if you find that episode, definitely send it to me. Farm Girl, everything here is medical grade. People here are super crazy about it. They want like exact THC percentages. They get the little digital eyepiece so you can squish a bud under it and see all the trichomes close up under a microscope. People are super crazy about it here. What's up, Bo Justin out? Yeah, your guys is federally legal over there in Canada. It's not federally legal here. So what happens here is the police will still raid houses and like fly helicopters over corn crops and stuff like that and still send people to jail and stuff. And a lot of times people get out of jail because the state law will benefit them. But then anything that was captured in the raid is kept by the police department because they don't have to give it back to you as a part of some law or whatever. So it's this cat and mouse game. Happens all the time here in Michigan. I'm not involved in any of that crap, so I don't have to worry about it. I gotta worry about other things, like the things I say during these lives. Hey, I appreciate you, Status Quo. Thank you so much for the donation and the support. You're awesome. Trigger Crazy, yes, they were in here on the last live. I don't know if they're here on this live. I have a little secret way I can check, so give me a second. No, they are not in here currently, but they were here for the last live. I thought that maybe they would make a scene, but it's good they didn't. Bipolar bear. Weed grows in the wild there in Australia. That's interesting. I don't think it just grows out in the wild here. Well, not in Michigan. Just because our weather is so random, it just wouldn't survive. And the deer eat it. We have lots of deer here. And they will eat anything and everything. They're kind of a nuisance. Farm Girl, you're allergic to sativa strains? I've actually met quite a few people that are allergic to weed, which is interesting. Oh, now they cut the live. Good Lord, now I gotta find another live stream. True Crazy, you do whatever you gotta do, but just make sure you don't break the rules. Everyone has to be treated fairly. Alright, give me a second so I can find another live. They gotta be coming back from break soon.
An international
All right. See if they ever come back. Trigger crazy. The jury's trading Halloween candy. I don't think so. That judge, he don't seem like a sharer to me. Whatever he had, I don't think he was sharing. He was killing me. That stuff was so funny. PJ Taints. Yeah, these court hearings, they stretch them out. It doesn't really matter who's sitting up there. Their 15-minute breaks usually are about 30 minutes. I don't know. I don't know why they do that. It's real bad if we're watching like the Senate or not the Senate, the House. If we're watching like Pelosi and all them. They'd be like, yeah, let's take a 15-minute break. And then like 45 minutes later, they'll come back and they'll be like, you know what? We're just going to wrap it up for today. We'll be back tomorrow. And it's like we just sat here for 45 minutes for no reason. For them to come back and end it all and not even say anything. We had that happen twice during the impeachment trial. That stuff was crazy. That stuff was so crazy covering that. They'd waste more time than anyone I know. Katie, I don't think they cut the feed. I think that most of these platforms are running off software that only allows you to stream for like 4 hours at a time. And so they would cut it now during a recess break. So in a couple minutes they can go live again and not have to cut it like mid-sentence of something going on. So that's what I'm assuming is happening. I don't know that it is. What we have on the screen right now is currently live for now. But usually that's what's going on with that. I don't have to worry about that because the way my setup is, I can run all day. Like for January 6th, we covered that for like 17 hours straight. I'm not even sure what we're running on today. I think we're going on almost 8 hours now. I've been live. Well, we had an hour break, I guess. It was 4 hours and then we're 3 hours and 13 minutes so far. Okay, Captain Seamus. Yeah, that makes sense. He says he thinks the judge said that they were going to question jurors one at a time in the library, so they may not be in the open court. So that could be. They could be off of break and they're just going through it right now. Trigger Crazy. Yeah, all I got is Bud Light though. It's hard to get. Why is my brain not working? I sound like Jim Balsecki with all these ums. Oberon. Can't get Oberon now. The season's over. The second best thing I could get is like a official, like a Bell's official, or all day IPA. But I couldn't afford a case of that stuff, so I just got Bud Light. It is what it is. Bipolar Bear, you're pro prostitution. Well. That's all right. That's all right, I guess. Couldn't imagine sitting in a room with a bunch of scared people. He had like a machine gun. It was a machine gun. Lady, shut up. How'd you even make it here today? She's like, stop signs are racist. So stupid. What's up, Indigo? You didn't receive a notification this time. How did you not receive a notification? You follow me on like every platform and you're in the Discord. How did that happen? Yeah, Trigger Crazy, that's true. When it comes down to it, it's better to have any beer than no beer. Maybe. It's live on Law and Crime. Well, I will check that out if this goes down, because this is live right now. Cheers, Kilgore. Stacy, your comment got flagged. You're pro prostitution as long as it's not minors or forced. That's terrible. I'm not gonna put it through. It's bad enough that I said it. You didn't have to say all that. We're all in agreement here. Goodness, that was something. You love summer shandy? I have not had one of those. I know a lot of people like them though. The Netflix lady sounded flirty with the judge. I didn't think she sounded flirty. I thought she sounded condescending. She was like, "You're a guilt tripper." The judge is like, "You mind your business, bitch." I don't know. Those last two people they had talking sound weird. They sounded weird about. They just didn't sound qualified. Let's put it like that. They didn't sound qualified for the job. That was Mystique's mom. True crazy. She had the whole family up there. Yeah. I like how she said, "Well, I drove my friend's car here." Well, why didn't you drive your own car? Well, I didn't want my car to get messed up because people don't like that I'm here in the jury box. So you're going to let your friend's car get messed up? Like that just, I don't know. Inconsiderate. You ain't driving my car. I'm going to know now. My friends are like, "Hey, can I drive your car? I got jury duty." No. No, you cannot drive my car. Get targeted because whatever you do over there. Come on now. Yeah, Freedom Angel. I think so too. I think all that crying and whining that those ladies were doing was just for their little 5 minutes of fame there. They're like, "Hey, we got to make this about me because I have all these feelings and fears. And I want to take up all your time to tell you of all the things I'm scared of and everything that makes me feel my feelings. And so I know we're here for the kid who's being, mistreated and stuff for using his Second Amendment, but we need to make this about me because I feel stuff." And then they went on to continue to question them. Like, no, just kick them right off the stage. Just punt them right outside. Then go sit outside with the 3 protesters that are men in dresses and, let them go. Let them back off into the wild. That's just all there is to it. And they're literally saying that too. They're like, if the facts are presented to you, can you resist letting your feelings get in the way? They're like, "I don't know if I can do that." What do you mean? What do you mean? Just stupid. That is the stupidest stuff. Like, I don't know. I've been in situations where you could not get away with sounding that stupid in front of a judge. But I don't know. Sometimes I feel that we're not all treated fairly. Because I couldn't imagine sounding like that and having someone like worry about me or like give me special treatment because I'm scared because I'm going to cry. No, that's not how it works. Maybe that works for them over there in Wisconsin, but that don't work for me over here in Michigan. They're like, "You better man up, bend over and take it." Getting nothing but tough love around here. I don't care about your feelings. I don't know. This kills me. True, because you ain't got no feelings. You're a bigot. You're a bigot. That's just feelings. You don't feel things. Come on now. Yeah, they must be like going through these jurors because this is the longest 10-minute break or 15-minute break. that we've had in a while. Yeah, the real Tallman. That's exactly right. They're like, please just validate me. Tell me my feelings matter. Yeah, who threw? I seen that. They just upgraded. Yo, is that an Odyssey sticker? It's the Odyssey spaceman pissing on YouTube. They've really outdone themselves. They said they were going to make stickers over there. That's awesome. Odyssey is so awesome. I really wish everybody could figure out a way to make it work, because Odyssey is the place to be. Thank you so much, Who Threw, for your donation and your support. You're awesome. Look, you guys. What? They got the pregnant dude stickers? Just too much. Odyssey's going out of their way. Yeah, David, they're doing something with the jurors. I'm pretty sure that's why they're not back already. I don't think they're still on break. I think they're running through the jurors really quick in the library or whatever they said they were going to do. Yeah, Freedom Angel. Yeah, I understand. I understand that. And I wasn't getting on them because they're women. It's more about what they were saying that was really getting me. Like referring to it as a machine gun. And then having the judge have to actually explain the mechanics of what she's talking about, because she obviously had no idea what she was talking about, was really the icing on the cake. Because the whole time we were sitting here like, what the hell are you talking about, lady? And the judge is like, listen, lady, you don't know what you're talking about. And you're going to be sentencing this young man to something that's going to affect him the rest of his life. You can't distinguish the difference between a machine gun and a squirt gun. Pretty sure that makes you not qualified for the job. Edward, almost had to pull out my yeet cannon. Yeah, that lady was talking. I was thinking I was going to have to put my boots on. The lady was trying to get banned, but she ran away. I don't know what that tough talk was about. I bet you won't show up at my house. What am I supposed to say? Yes, I will. I'm going to show up at your house wherever you live, and I'm going to do something illegal. Stupid. Who does that? Stupid. You're going to sit here in front of the whole family and try and talk to me like that? You crazy. You're crazy. Should be in my DMs later. I'm sorry I was acting like a dumbass, but I was really scared and had a lot of feelings. Happens. These things happen. Eric, no, there was no press briefing today. Jen Balsaki's got the plague, so probably won't see her for a week or two. There was a C-19 briefing from the White House earlier today. I can't remember what time. But basically for the next 2 weeks or until this trial ends, this will be all that we cover during the time that it's going. And then if there's any protesting, rioting, chaos, or any kind of activity happening after the trial, we will cover that as well. But usually the White House stuff is done. I've never seen a White House briefing later than like 4:30. So probably will not be covering the White House for the next 2 weeks. Frosted Sleet. A reporter on another channel said that they were interviewing the jurors, but it will not be aired. You think they're done for now? What time is it there? So there, I think it's only 4:48. Well, we'll just stick with it. I don't want to end the live and then have them come back and tell us what they're going to do tomorrow, and none of us will be here for it. So we'll just wait it out for a little bit. Yeah, does anybody know if Jen Balsaki's got the jab? Because I haven't read anything about that. I know that she's got the plague. She was positive for the plague. Real life, use Google. Real life, I know what time it is here. I got a clock right in front of me. It's almost 6 o'clock here, but I'm pretty sure Wisconsin is an hour behind us. Or at least for now. Actually, when does the clocks go back? When does that happen? Oh, on the 7th. I see. Status quo. She stated that she has had the jab. Well, that's interesting. Maybe she'll feel differently. Maybe she'll be a little less snarky. I mentioned this earlier. I don't think it was this live. I think it was the last live from earlier. But if Jim Balsacki kicks the bucket, do you think Peter's going to be sad? Do you think he's going to cry about it? He might. I think they do stuff on the weekends together. I don't know. Something about the way they bicker. It just makes me think. I don't know. I think they got something going on behind the scenes. Hey, I appreciate you being here, Danny. Robert, he will be devastated. Peter's going to show up crying. He's going to have a tissue on. He'll be crying over his mask. I thought Jen Balsacki was the one. That one time she let me put her human face on for her. I don't know. Wayne Gordon. They said she has had 2 jabs, but it looks like she's had more than 2 jabs. Yeah, with those black eyes she'd be rocking. Sitting there smoking that Parmesan with old Hunter. Yep. Sure, crazy. You hush your face. You hush your face over there. There's no Jeff and Corinne. We're your only friends. Me and Corinne is all you got. Don't you ever forget that, buddy. The real Tallman. You don't think anybody's jabbing Jen Balsacki? She's probably a hot commodity at the White House. Oh, Serum over here hooked her up with a few jabs yourself, did you? I was like, what kind you got? She's like, hooligan. What's up, Peachtree? Yes, I can see you. There's 6 people watching, but you and Faded Operator are the only ones capable of using the chat functionality over there on Rumble. I don't know. I don't know what else to do to direct people in the right direction. I try my damnedest. They caught Jen Balsacki in the bathroom giving herself the jab in the stall. I hear they have lots of free jabs under the freeway. Yep. I do not know. Supposedly they went to a break. They're doing some sort of interviewing with the jurors individually, and we're waiting to see if they come back or not. They're supposed to be coming back. It's a little weird that Jen Balsacki got sick on Halloween. She probably turned into a werewolf. Ran away. They couldn't get her human face back on. They were like, oh, just tell everybody she's sick. We'll figure it out later. Sonic Boy. Been on Rumble since the start. Still can't figure out the live chat. There is a live chat, but you cannot see it if you have the app, which doesn't make any sense, but that's how they made it. So, yeah. If you're on the Rumble app, you have no access to the live chat. You have to use the browser. I'm not sure I've only used it on PC. So, on the computer, the live chat is right next to the live screen. But I've had people say that on your phone, if you use the browser, the live chat is all the way at the bottom of the screen. Now, I don't know if they were correct on that or not. But if you want to access the live chat on Rumble, you need to be using the browser. Captain Seamus, I was on Odyssey for a little bit, but the call of the YouTube chat was too powerful. Yeah, that's the thing, is we got so many people here on YouTube, the chat is constantly flowing, where on these other platforms it's very stale, and so it makes you want to leave and come back to YouTube. We need more people on those other platforms, but I don't know. Facebook is super weird. Facebook always says I only have 2 people watching, but then I'll have like 20 likes or like comments from 30 different people in the chat, but supposedly only 2 people are watching. And then Rumble just shadow bans the hell out of me. Never says I'm live. People don't show up. People do show up, but then they don't write in the chat. So, I don't know. I provide space. I'm just hoping that hooligans will fill it. Purple Pros. I did not get married. I am not married. What are you talking about, Miss Jamie? I can't wait to see this picture in Discord. Y'all are so crazy. Stacy says, I bet Jen Balsacki, when is Jessica Rabbit for the first time in her life, she could be a sexy redhead with a body. I don't know. I think she walks like a T-Rex. I think she's full-blown lizard. I don't know. I don't see her as hot. I know a lot of people in the chat are like, oh yeah, I'd bang the press secretary. No, not me. I don't see her like that. Sass, I was actually working on new music yesterday. Maybe it wasn't yesterday. I think maybe it was the day before yesterday. So I got some new beats I've come up with. I've been thinking about putting together songs, but I don't know. All the political stuff still going on makes it very difficult. Because I don't make music like Tom McDonald's and stuff. I don't make songs like, oh, everybody hates me because I'm white. It sucks. I don't make songs like that. And so I worry if I make songs like, you know, I can't even say it because it'll probably get me banned. Hardcore stuff where you're the aggressor, not the victim, because that's how I make music. I feel like people are gonna leave. They're gonna be like, whoa, Jeff Mack's a crazy person. We can't hang out with that guy. So I've been really hesitant about coming out with actual songs and stuff, but I got some new EDM stuff I might put out. Thank you so much, O'Callahan. I really appreciate the donation and the support. Thank you for being here. You know why we meet like this, trials and spicy protests, because that's what we cover. That's what we cover. It's the place to be. And if you're here, then it was meant to be. Mic drop. Thank you so much, Jeanette, for sticking with the membership program 7 months in. You're officially a hooligan. Ball deep. She's got the body of a velociraptor. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Jen Balsecki, she's a slithering snake. I'm just not with it. I'm not with it. Agent 48. I don't know that we're actually still in recess. They may be interviewing these jurors and we're just waiting for him to come back, really. I think they're going to show up. They're going to tell us how tomorrow is going to begin, and then they're going to call it. That's what I think is going to happen. Thank you so much, Perez, for joining the membership program, and welcome to the family. You're officially a hooligan. Yeah, I appreciate you, Ohio Kyle. Gray Wool, you're smart. Don't get married. But what if I find the one? I don't know if you guys know, I like them nice and crazy. Like, you know, if I'm sleeping, I wake up and the fire's been started on the outside of my house, that could be the one. It could be the one. That's how I like them. Nice and crazy. It's my favorite flavor. Stupid. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Edward, I'm going to check it out here in a second, see what you got posted there in the Discord. While we're on break, if you're new here, please subscribe, follow, hit that like button, share this out, join the Discord, get some merch, show your hooligan pride, do what you're told. I appreciate all you guys for being here. Miss Jamie, I am in no way talking about Corinne. Pretty sure she's not the one. Look at all you hooligans. I am not talking about Corinne. You guys killed me. Kevin, did the judge OD or something? I don't think so. He's probably looking at the tile on the floor trying to figure out how to get it to stop moving. He's trying to figure these things out. He's tracing the wood grain on the walls. He's like, I think these are worms because they keep moving. He looked like he was rolling hard. Bonnie, yeah, I guess not. As far as I know, this is the only camera for the setup, so whatever they're doing in the library, we're not going to see it. Oh, I'm not even pressing the right button. You guys can't even hear me. Kevin's saying they're trying to get the judge off the roof. They might be. Thinks he could fly. He loves it up there. He's just trying to have a good time. He's Ubering a hooker. I don't know if he's doing all that, Josh. He might need a Uber home. He might need some of that. Miss Jamie, you're funny. The judge was chewing edibles and doing shots. He was doing something. He was on the Molly Ranchers. I think he had one too many. There was a couple times he was sitting there like lost in space. Even when he was trying to explain stuff to those jurors, there was moments where he just like froze. Had a Biden moment. Time stopped moving. Couldn't hear the birds chirping anymore. Thought he was having a stroke. Then the wave passed and he could start hearing again. He's like, man, I shouldn't have ate that last one. It's too much. It was too much. Farm girl, why am I still single? Because I sit in front of a computer talking at my TV all day. That's why. That is why. Because I'm too busy. Too busy being dorky. That's how I like it. Son, that's probably the best one I've seen yet. He thought he was getting mRNA, but instead he got MDMA. That's what happened. I think you're right. He said right in the beginning, he's like, I have a little cough, but I don't want you to worry. I've been all jabbed up. Then his eyeballs were the size of pennies, and he was like, well, maybe this was something else. This might have been something else. Weird, I just heard my cameras turn on, but there's nothing in the house moving. Weird me out. Government's like, what'd you say? It is what it is. He's sticking his head in the refrigerator right about now. He might be. He might be. They probably had to hook him up with some bottled water and a towel. They're like, just sit over here. You're gonna be all right. Don't worry about the walls moving. I know you can smell colors right now, but it's okay. What's up, Lori? Thanks for being here. Texas. Can find a Mrs. Mac and have her in the other bottom corner. What are you gonna do? You gonna watch her yell at me? Telling me I'm being an asshole? I guess. If that's what you guys want to see. I appreciate you, Miss Jamie. You're awesome. Captain Seamus. No, I have not heard that. I know a lot of people keep talking about different treatments for the plague, but I don't know. I don't pay any attention to that stuff. I ain't caught it, and if I do catch it, it'll pass. My body temperature is so hot, germs and all that, they can't survive in me. I'm only down for a day or two, and that's that. I'll risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. You guys are killing me. You're hilarious. What's up, Dixie Forever Proud? Jeez, who threw? You're everywhere. You just popped up everywhere. I didn't even know you were on Twitch. Beer and cigs kills the plague. It might. It might. Yeah, I appreciate you being here, Katie. Kilgore, Mrs. Mac takes her top off for the super chats. Nah, she ain't Mrs. Mac. She's doing all that. No way. That's why there ain't a Mrs. Mac already. It's because of that kind of behavior. What do they call that? Fatherless behavior. I'm not with it. I'm old school. I was raised by super old people, okay? My grandma and my grandpa were in their 90s when they kicked the bucket. When I was a baby, they were like in their 60s and 70s. I'm super old school. She's got an OnlyFans. She don't qualify. That's all there is to it. Amy, do I believe in ghosts? No, because if you believe in ghosts, you're putting your energy into that stuff, and then you start seeing that stuff. And I have this firm belief that if you look for something, you will find it. If you go in the ocean looking for bad things, guess what? You'll find it and you will die there. If you go into space looking for scary things, you will find it and you will die there. If you're looking for ghosts, demons, UFOs, anything like that, Bigfoot, you will find it and you will die there. And me not wanting to die from any of that stuff, nope, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's kept me alive this long. I'm going to just keep rolling with it. Any ghost stories I have ended with, it's probably the cat. I don't own a cat, but if I did, that would make sense. It's how I stay alive. These are life lessons. You put it down, put it in your journal, throw it in your to-go bag. Saving your life. You don't even know it. Jeff Downhauser. Now I haven't been able to go live in 3 days. I got all this built up tension inside. Just waiting for a good long day of live streaming. David, it might raise your donations. Yeah, I am very, very aware that if I was some pretty lady here wearing nearly nothing, that my donations would be through the roof. I'm very well aware of that. I see these people on Twitch just looking like they don't have a single brain cell in their head, just making $600 in an hour in their bathing suits sitting in a kiddie pool in their bedroom. But that's not the way I do things. It's just not the way I do it. So aren't the cards I was dealt, I got to show the truth. That's how it works. Sorry I don't have tits, everyone. My apologies. The way the world is, though, I'm not that sorry, because I very well could have had tits and y'all would just have to accept it, or else my feelings would be hurt. And that matters, I guess. Trying to catch up to the chat. You guys are writing all kinds of stuff. What's up, Crazy 8 Legs? You had to sleep it off? The morning dabs will get you. That's like an afternoon thing. D. Well, take your shirt off, Jeff. I don't know. I don't think it's going to work. It just doesn't work the same, okay? It doesn't work the same. Oh, I think, no, I guess not. I thought maybe they kicked the live. Guess not. Oh, maybe they did. No, they didn't. They faked me out. It's still live. I appreciate you, Tay. You guys are killing me right now. Jeff Mack wouldn't look that bad with tits. I agree. I don't know though. You know, I'd be busy all the time. Like, man, Jeff's late to the lives. Sorry guys, I was playing with my tits. My bad. I'm gonna get banned. Y'all need to stop it. Brittany says gross. That's what I should do. I should get one of those shirts. You know the shirts that like have all the muscles and stuff on the front? Just get a shirt. It's got tits on it. Just I'd have to have something covering. Otherwise I get banned for animated tits. But something. Maybe that'll work. I think we're on to something. Cause tits with your voice? Oh no. I tell you, one time I was in the mall like a year ago, and I don't know where I was in one of the stores, and I was kind of looking at stuff. I don't know what I was looking at, something stupid like pop sockets or something stupid near the cash register. And there's one girl sitting there unpacking stuff out of this box, like, you know, restocking shelves and stuff. And this really tall girl walked past me, like walked around me, and went stood next to the girl unpacking stuff, and they're like kind of whispering stuff, and I'm not paying attention. I'm minding my own business because, believe it or not, I do that, and I actually like to do that. And I hear the short girl is unpacking stuff. She's like, "What do you mean? I just started unpacking this." And the tall one goes, "I'm trying to tell you, blah blah." I was like, "Yo," it's like her voice is deeper than mine. And the longer the conversation went on, the more uncomfortable I felt. I had to leave. I felt uncomfortable. I thought that tall, manly voiced woman was going to beat the shit out of me. I was like, I got to get up out of here. Never been so uncomfortable in my life. Never in my life. When I used to live in South Bend, I remember this, I don't know what you want to call it, girly boy was like tough. Oh, they did cut the live. It was like real tough. It was like on the feminine side, wearing dresses and stuff like that, but it would like beat you up, like take your manhood from you and stuff. It was like prison on the outside. Scared as hell. I've seen fear. These people out here being scared to drive their friend's car to do jury duty. You don't know what fear is, okay? You have a girly boy come manhandle you. That's fear. It's no good. Stuff's no good. All right, let's see if we can find another live. Otherwise, we're gonna have to wrap this up because I don't know if they're ever coming back. We almost got another one of those ball commercials about ruin me. You guys didn't leave me alone for that for a while. Is this live? All right, found another live. We'll see if they come back. What's up, Quitting Time? Appreciate you being here. What's up, Newton? I'm doing pretty good. I hope you are too. I'm gonna have to grab another beer here in a second. Serum, what does that mean? Is that code for something? I don't think she'll do no such thing. It's weird how live the Discord got right after that happened. Like that event happened and then all of a sudden like 20 hooligans came out of nowhere and they were like, is she gone? I didn't think it was gonna be like that. Usually when somebody experiences that kind of interaction, usually a bunch of other people stand up and they're like, you're wrong for what you did. I'm leaving too. And then I gotta be like, all right, deuces. But it did not go that way. People were all like cheering and celebrating and drinking and stuff. I was not expecting that reaction. Yeah, Lala, I think they're coming back. I don't know when, but I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be coming back. Another reason that these lives could be shutting down is because on their end, like so like what you see on the screen, like the scrolling bar at the bottom and stuff, and me, we're all moving. But to have a still image like what you see in the background, that's against community guidelines to YouTube. My very first strike on YouTube was for having a still image on the screen too long. And so what could be happening is either these channels are being banned, or not banned, but they're getting strikes for having a still image on the screen too long, or they're shutting down the live to prevent receiving a strike because there's nothing going on the screen. It's a still image. It's YouTube community guidelines is like going to be the downfall of all of us. It's ridiculous, but that could be another reason why they're ending the lives. Machine Gun Karen. Yeah, I don't know why she was doing all that crying. She just is talking out of her ass. What's up, Bones Mama? You haven't missed anything. We're waiting on somebody to come back and tell us we're done. They got about 5 more minutes. I might have to just call it. We've been sitting here for a hot minute. Miss Jamie, I don't know. I haven't seen Steve Pence in a while. I don't know what happened to him. He was in here like regularly and then he just disappeared one day. Alright, I'm gonna grab a beer really quick. I can't just sit here all dry mouthed and stuff. Not like the judge. Man, the judge was having a hard time. He's having a hard time. Alright, I'll be right back. Just a second. Don't go anywhere. Cheers, hooligans. I appreciate you being here, Sherry. Thanks for stopping in. What's up, Sherry TX? Nah, Miss Jamie, ain't no Molly Ranchers for me. I would definitely get banned. Absolutely get banned if I was on Somali ranchers. No doubt about it. Bigfoot. I don't have a mini fridge. My fridge is right on the other side of the TV. I'm sitting here in my living room. They used to really kill me when I first started going live. And everybody would show up in the chat and they're like, look at this asshole sitting in his mom's basement. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm in my living room. You ain't never seen a basement look like this. You guys are asshole. You're mean. My feelings. Oh, my feelings. What's up, Amber? That's right, Bones Mom. It's a grown ass fridge. That fridge is grown as hell. It's not a mini fridge. That's grown. Just like my hooligans. That's why I think I might make some shirts that say grown ass hooligans. I said that during the flag walk the other day. I seen a lot of people kept repeating it. They're like, the hooligans are grown. I'm gonna have to see what old man Walter's been doing over there in Europe. There's lots of rumors going on, and I haven't watched anything with his goofy ass. I'm gonna have to check that out. I gotta verify whether or not he crapped his pants and get some footage of him sleeping. So far, that's the rumors I'm seeing over and over again. Grinches, bro, you made a mistake opening a third monster. There's no mistakes. There's only happy accidents. Cheers, Sam. The only part of Old Man Walter being in Europe that I've seen is where he was talking to the Pope. And I don't know what he was talking about because I don't never know what he's talking about. But he sounded out of his mind. Talking about something about baseball players and something. I don't know. And the Pope was standing there like, all right. You know, like when you have a 3-year-old come up to you and they're like, well, this one thing was like, over there. And then, and you're like, That's what the Pope looked like dealing with Old Man Walter. He was just like, whatever, old man, just get the hell on. Keep it moving. It's just outrageous. I couldn't imagine being a leader of a country and having that old special guy come to greet me as another leader. I don't know. You know, I bet after like Putin meets someone like Old Man Walter and then they separate, I bet Putin leans over to his generals. He's like, we should just take that country over because it's being led by somebody who ain't got no brain. I bet they totally talk about that. Right now, the country is just self-sustaining because it's definitely not being led in the right direction at all. Stacy, that's awesome. D, the Pope is evil. Yeah, I've not heard anything good about the Pope. There ain't nothing good about Old Man Walter either. They're just two evil old bastards. It is what it is. What's up, Lioness? There's video footage over here in the UK of Old Man Walter falling asleep. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna have to look that stuff up. Yeah, trigger crazy. The Pope did look young standing next to Old Man Walter, rambling on about something about racist baseball. I don't know. Something. I don't know if these people are coming back or not. We're going to see someone walk in front of the screen there, be like, oh, is this still live? Oh, damn, we didn't shut it off. Peace tree. Biden did a Nadler in the Pope's office. I'm not sure what that reference is. I'm gonna have to actually look that up, but I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, D, I'm not looking forward to having Harris as president. I don't think that's going to go well at all. Not at all. Sure, crazy. I'm not dropping no freestyles right now. Not today. Not today. Miss Jamie, no, I don't know anything about any of that. All right, Lynette, I'll check it out. Sass, you think Hillary will be Harris's VP? Good Lord, I hope that's not true. Oh man, I can't believe old man Walter. I don't know. I don't understand how anybody can take that guy seriously. I just don't know. How could anyone believe it? Like when people, I've never seen anyone actually defend Biden. They just talk crap about Trump as if that makes Biden suck less. Like you say anything about Biden, especially like on TikTok or something, people come out of nowhere. They're like, well, it's better than Trump. Or Trump's a racist. Or, you know, whatever. Yeah, but that doesn't make Biden suck less. And then people have nothing to say. I was like, well, you should have just sat back in the little crevice you were sitting in before you spoke up against somebody else. Or people will attack you directly. They're like, yeah, well, it's better than you racist, bigot, homophobe, whatever else people are saying to try and be mean. Yeah, but Biden still sucks. I'm not being an asshole, but Biden still sucks. I don't understand. It doesn't change the trajectory here. Oh, Callahan. They said recess, and the judge heard was Reese's Pieces. Those munchies are chronic. I swear that's what happened. They're trying to get the judge to come back in. He can't. He's outside rolling around in the grass having the time of his life. You let him be. We've been under these mandates and restrictions for years now. You let him die a happy old man. Unlike Walter. Oh, Kevin, don't start that. At least Trump didn't crap his pants and then pass out. Oh, man, we can go on and on about all the things that Walter's done wrong and Trump didn't get wrong. We'd be here all day talking about that stuff. I already know. Every time I pump gas in my car, think about it. The only time I ever had full tank gas is when Trump was in office. I'll never forget. Like 9/11. It's all bad. Let's close this poll and see how it went. 850 votes. 34% says that the judge was drinking rum and coke. 26% says he was hitting the devil's lettuce. And we are still at a tie. 20% sipping vodka, 20% reading Bible chapters. At least we're all in agreement. The judge is on something. He is on something. Let's see if I can end the poll. It keeps giving me error messages the last 2 days. There we go. There's the results. It's probably more votes than old man Walter got. I've been trying not to say that all day. Good Lord. Yeah, David, we can audit it if you'd like. I'm not afraid. We can audit the poll. It'll be okay. I see what you did there. These are totally 100% legitimate. Hooligan certified. It's got the hooligan mark of approval. Weatherholt, yeah. No, you can't say anything on Facebook. I can't make posts or anything. I only have Facebook to find lives and stuff like that. I can't say anything at all. The last thing I did was I posted a screenshot from the CDC website talking about green zones. And I just told people, hey, you should go read about this. And I posted a link to the CDC website. At first it got flagged with the blue banner saying, hey, forget what this asshole's saying. Go to the CDC website, which is exactly where I was already directing people. And then right after that, it got, I don't know, I got like a 2-week strike or something. I don't know. I got penalized one way or another for misleading information or something when I literally didn't even add anything. I took a screenshot, sent the link for the screenshot for the CDC website, got disciplined because of it. They don't know what they're doing over there at Facebook. Or Metaverse. It's not Facebook anymore. It's Metaverse now. Sounds really non-binary. Thanks for being here, D. Some people don't have faces, you insensitive you. Yeah, I guess that's true. It's true. That must be why they changed it. They must have changed it. It was just being unfair to the faceless. Bones Mama, you're probably being literal about your soup, but I'm just not reading that correctly, and it just sounds like you're really bragging about your own sauce over there. I don't know. I don't know. I've read it like 6 times, and I'm sure you have the best intentions, but great post. Well, I don't know if these people are going to come back. Because it's already 5:40 something there. I know they ain't going to run it that long. What time is the courthouse closed? Don't the courthouse normally close at 5? We're about to call this. I would like to write it out, but we already know they're not going to say anything when they come back. They're just going to come back or wrap it up, and they're going to dip. Yeah, John Doe, we might have to circle back tomorrow. Sure, crazy, I ain't freestyling. I'm not doing that right now. Not today. Son. Website says it closed at 5. Yeah. I don't know. Should we just wait the 15 minutes? I mean, it'll be 6 o'clock there in 15 minutes, but I don't know. I'm not busting no flow lifted. Not today. Not today. Son, yeah, I believe they're at the Kenosha courthouse. Yeah, true crazy ass seen that. I just stopped over at Odyssey. You hooligans are so funny. Nope, no freestyles today. Just not feeling it. Agent 48. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Kyle's been free this whole time. He got bonded out, and I don't think he ever went back. They tried to say that he broke his bond because he had left his house. Like, him and his family went to some safer location because there was protesting going on outside of his house. But I think that all got taken care of. As far as I know, he was never re-incarcerated. Lifted, you're hilarious. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for stopping in. Vote Justin out. Appreciate you. O'Callahan, definitely. We will absolutely be entertained with this trial. We've already been entertained between the judge and just the two jurors has already set the whole day up. I can't wait for the lying and crying to start. It's gonna be something to behold. Nah, Eric, they're still not back. We're just sitting here hanging out, waiting to see if they forgot about us. Farm girl, that is crazy. I got lots of brothers and sisters, and I remember having conversations like that. Ohio Kyle. What time did we get started? You're in Ohio, I assume. Oh, they just cut it. So you're in the same time zone I am. I want to say it was 10 o'clock is when we get started. It's 9 o'clock their time is when we get started, but Eastern time is 10 o'clock. That's awesome, Amber. All right, we're going to wrap it up. We're not going to wait any longer. And waited this whole time. We've gone through like 3 or 4 lives now. They didn't shut down on us. We're just going to call it. They're not going to tell us anything new. They're just going to show up and say, you know, see you guys tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern time. So, no point in waiting for that. Either way, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you. Sorry that we just spent the last hour hanging out and chatting. Sorry if that's not what you're here for, but that's what we got. Either way, I appreciate you guys hanging with me all day today for the live stream, and big shout out to everyone that made donations, joined the membership program, or purchased any merch. I really appreciate all of you. I would not be able to do this without you. So thank you guys so much. If you're new, please subscribe or follow on whichever platform you're currently watching right now in order to be connected and help my channel grow and potentially bring in new viewers to see what's going on around us. So please like and subscribe. If you haven't joined the Discord, you need to join the Discord. Download the app on your phone or hop on your PC. Check out the links in the description. Find the Discord link, follow a few simple steps. You'll be greeted with an automated message letting you know that you've done all you need to do in order to receive notifications for when and where we go live every single time we go live. So definitely join the Discord. There's also like-minded individuals in there, tons of hooligans, 24/7 conversation for you to communicate with and get your feelings out and, I don't know, post a shitload of memes, laugh hard. Definitely join the Discord. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to wrap this up. 7 o'clock here. I don't know if we'll see any protesting. What is today? Monday? I doubt we'll see any protesting, but if there is, we will try and cover it. Either way, if not tonight, I will see you guys tomorrow. Until the next live, stand tall, shine bright, and that's a wrap.